What up, Keita? What prep do we need to do? Well, we need to get some weak auras. I have this, I always have this urge, which is not a healthy urge, but I always have this urge on the last day of the season to delete all of my current season weak auras, just to like purge everything. Even though I know that that's like nothing good can come from that. But every season, I just want to like on the last day of the season, I just want to go through and just be like delete, 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 delete. But instead, I'm trying to avoid that. But I do need to pick up some weak auras for season 4 that I have not yet grabbed. We updated our Vault of the Incarnate for raid next week. I hope that one doesn't fuck up. Now I need to probably find some dungeon weak auras. I have the dungeon pack I've been using all season long. The guy's been, or all expansion long. Guys updated it every season, but I need to avoid updating this till tomorrow because the update deletes all the old season 3 weak auras and replaces them with all the season 4 new ones. So I can't delete this till I'm absolutely sure that I'm not going to run any more dungeons, which I could see myself running a dungeon or two today if somebody messages me and is like, yo, we were trying to do this like 32 or something. We could maybe do that. Let's see here. Oh, what was I doing? I was gonna look at I was importing. That's what I was doing. We were gonna import. Dorky's got some casts for season 4. I'm gonna see if this looks good. I don't think this. No, this. Okay, yeah, this is I think what I want more or less. We'll stash this over here. This could be good. This could be good. This could be exactly what I wanted. I never found a pack like this in season 3 of all the different casts in a dungeon, but Mana Void. Who fucking casts this? Me. Do I agree with this pack? Let's see here. More dungeons, season 1. Academy. Who's casting Mana Void? Is that you guys? Okay. Now, does he differentiate? Did I see the tech that Jay's team is trying to do? Yeah, that guy. It's been done, by the way. I assume you're talking about pulling third boss. Been done. Nerf's team did it last night. The reason that people are doing that now is because there was a tweet from Lepin a while back. Let's see, when was this? Tweet from Lep on April 18th, wherein he tweets, yo, if anyone is trying to get a world record in Throne or something, you can just / target the totem boss from Ozomat and pet pull his ass and kill it in like 2 globals. And presumably now teams are going, hey, we should do that shit. All right. So let's see. Mana Void. Is there anything else? Okay. Surge. Is this? Oh, I was gonna see. Does Dorky do anything to differentiate between the kinds of stops? I had a weak aura that I really liked from season 2, where the guy who did the weak aura had color-coded casts. Some good alliteration there. He had color-coded casts depending on whether the ability was like heal or damage, whether it could be kicked or whether it had to be CC'd. So you could quickly tell from just the color of the bar, can I do, because like that season I was playing Paladin. So it was like, can I kick this or do I need to use Blinding Light or Hammer on it? Is it a damage ability that's going to kill somebody if it goes off, or is it like a heal that is going to make the pull last longer, but it's not going to cause a wipe if we let it go? And I don't think Dorky's has any nuance to it. I think it's either a cast that can be stopped or not, which may be fine, but we may look a little bit longer, see if there's any other dungeon packs. Okay, let's see. Here's another one. Port. All right. Let's have a look at what this. God damn, this one's fucking thick, eh? Okay. Let's see, we would probably put it from here. So, season forecasts. Let's have a look at Academy. Ooh, look at this one. It's got all the pretty colors on it. Oh my god. All right. What do we got here? Detonation. Okay, first off, way more casts than Dorky's. Now, that may not be strictly necessary. Dorky's may be more finely tuned. You may not give a shit about all this. I'm gonna guess. I thought Vicious Ambush is the one where the guy does the leap on you, right? That's the big guy. Where is this? Oh, dude. I'm pretty sure that Noggy flipped the map in Academy. Because when I'm looking at this on MDT, I'm really confused about where everything is. I'm pretty sure he rotated this. What's the map look like in the Dungeon Journal? I swear to God, this is not the map that I remember. No, it is. What the fuck? Man, I could swear that this was like rotated differently. Maybe not. Maybe it's just been so long since I looked at it, but Got to link the Wago URL for this thing? Yeah. What up with it? Okay, so let's see. What do? Okay, I thought Vicious Ambush is the big guy. This dude. Yeah, it is. So this is the kind of thing where like I don't necessarily want this to show up as a cast bar because I can't do anything about it. I only want casts showing up if there's like something I can do, a way I can do something to it. Otherwise, this should just be a weak aura alert. This should just be in your weak aura pack, like Vicious Ambush going off. I only want casts showing up if they're casts that I can prevent. Like that, the things that go in that column over there are things like, here's a spell you can affect. If it can't be affected, if you just have to react to it, then it goes in the weak aura pack that's like, frontal, get the fuck out of there. Responding to the tweet yesterday blew up your Twitter notifications. Oh yeah, dude. When you get a tweet that goes mildly viral, your notifications are just like, you get so many discussions that link off of your tweet that have nothing to do with you anymore. And it's just like people responding to random bullshit. And so, yeah, I'll open up Twitter and it'll be like 17 notifications. And like none of them have anything to do with me. Hang on one sec. All right. So now the question is, I think this person has essentially taken every spell cast in the dungeon and then put it in this pack and then color coded it. So I appreciate this level of effort, but this is going to require, I feel like this pack and Dorky's pack are different ends of the spectrum. Dorky's is like minimum number of casts. I only want to see the things that I really give a fuck about. And then this one is like the other end of like, we're putting everything in there, regardless of how trivial or unimportant the spell may seem. It's going in the pack. So I think maybe my best course of action would be to take this pack and just like unload all the things that, what's the, I wonder what the correct term is for the opposite of loading. I feel like unload is the wrong word. Like deload? I don't know. What trinkets do I look forward to buy from Raid? It really depends on what you're trying to get out of your trinkets. So when people are asking me about trinkets on PTR, I would say that the suite of trinkets that I am looking at next season include Tome from Vault, which I think will be our best DPS trinket. Potentially Belorlos again will be a very strong DPS trinket. Maybe Rage Feather from Nokud if you want to play passive DPS trinkets, if you think that Belorlos is like too much of a headache to cast, or if you don't like the fact that it deals self-damage to you, or that has a cast time, things like that. I think Belorlos does more damage than Rage Feather, but it's also more effort. So Rage Feather would be more of like a passive kind of, I just want my trinket to proc some damage. I don't really want to think about it. So those would be probably the 3 trinkets I'll be looking at if you're interested in damage. If you are interested in raw throughput on your HPS, then you're probably looking at one of the stat sticks like Icon from Vault. Or I don't think people are going to play Chromatic Essence this tier. Chromatic Essence, a lot of its value relied on, well, maybe not a lot of its value, but some of its value relied on everybody else in the group playing Chromatic Essence and each of you taking a different buff. I don't think people will do that this tier. I don't think you're in season 2. Every group basically by the end of the season had all 5 people wearing Chromatic Essence, each of them taking a different buff. You got the full value out of the trinket. I don't think you'll do that this season, so I don't think you'll play Chromatic Essence, but theoretically maybe. But I wouldn't spend a token on it until late in the season if other people are playing it. So more likely to be like Icon. And honestly, I don't even really know what else I would play besides Icon for throughput. So I would say maybe you're spending it on Icon. And Icon is a good one. Broodkeepers, I mean, for raid, maybe, but I doubt it. And definitely not for keys. The thing about Broodkeepers is that in season 1 it was a sought after trinket because it was so fucking overtuned that the HPS lit up your meters. It just did so much flat HPS that it looked good. But realistically, if you step back and just kind of analyze what the trinket's doing, it's a pretty fucking useless trinket. It does a shitload of healing to you and one other person all the time, but it doesn't scale at all with the level of damage coming out. So it's going to be doing a shitload of healing to you whether no damage is coming out or a shitload of healing, or it's going to be doing a flat amount of healing whether no damage is coming out or a shitload of damage is coming out. And if it's no damage coming out, then you don't really give a fuck. And if it's a shitload of damage coming out, then it's probably not enough healing. The amount of verse it gives you was fairly small relative to what you could get from a different trinket. And I think it was mostly a product of, I think its popularity was a product of the competition. There wasn't much else to compete with Broodkeepers back in season 1. You could play Icon, which was a sick trinket, and then that was about it. Like, what am I putting in my second trinket slot? So I think a lot of it just boiled down to Broodkeepers was the best thing available because there weren't a lot of things competing for that second trinket slot. Going into this season, like, I don't think there's any way you play Broodkeepers. Like I said, maybe in raid, but I still think there's just way better options, and Broodkeepers would have to be. Also, the jury's kind of out on Broodkeepers because I'm pretty sure the number on the trinket on PTR was just wrong. It seemed like it was like way undertuned. And so I don't know what to expect from the trinket on live. If that was the tuning that we get on live, definitely not playing that shit. Innsmoot, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. Raid Shark gets one slot for sure. Maybe, but not for sure. And the reason why is because it also now has competition. This season, Raid Shark was very useful because A, it functioned as a damage trinket, but B, it gave you an absorb, and there was really no other way to get an absorb. So it was a very useful defensive trinket. Next season, we'll have access to ward from Aberrus. Too many fucking raids that start with A. Ward exists from Aberrus. It's been essentially buffed because its cooldown was dropped. In season 2, it had a 2-minute cooldown. Now it has a 1-minute cooldown. An on-use defensive trinket like that gains tremendous value by having a shorter CD. And it's actually been an evolution, and I would like to take some small amount of credit for that because the guy that designed that trinket, Scarizard, you guys may know of him. I remember he was in my chat one day early on in season 2, and we were talking about Ward, and he made some comment about it. And at that time, Ward, when it first came out, it was a 3-minute CD. It gave you a huge shield, but it was a 3-minute CD. And I remember he was in chat, and I was like, bro, like, if you're going to make an absorb trinket you put on somebody else, you got to cut this cooldown. Like, a 3-minute CD like that's just way too infrequent. And the problem is, when it's tuned around a 3-minute CD, that means that the shield that you're going to put on somebody is going to be massive. But how often do you need a massive shield? I mean, is it really useful to put an absorb on somebody that mitigates all of the damage they were going to take? You know, if I put a shield on you that's for 1 million health and a spell hits you for 1.2 million, great, you absorb the entire spell, but it knocked down your health to, you know, like 80%. And it was like, bro, you had another 79% of your health that you could have gotten hit for and still lived. So this trinket was like super overkill. And I can only use it once every 3 minutes. So I'm probably going to get to use this once, maybe twice on a fight. And so a trinket like that, the value in it is not necessarily that you have a huge shield. The value is that, or what you want to get from an absorb trinket is the ability to repeatedly give somebody just enough health to survive. You want it to be just enough to prevent the one shot. And then beyond that, you want to be able to use it as frequently as possible. Because that's where you get the value of it, is when you have spells that are constantly. You look at a fight like Yasma in Atal this season, where at a high enough level, the Racking Pain and the Soul Rend were doing so much damage that they could be legitimately lethal by themselves for a lot of specs. If you didn't have anything up, you would just die to any cast of Racking Pain or Soul Rend. And so you had groups start wearing multiple leaf trinkets to be able to put absorb, so that you could use like your own defensives for surviving the Soul Rend, and then you could call for a leaf every time you got picked with Racking Pain. But if you have a trinket that you can only use once every 3 minutes, I mean, shit, what I get to put an absorb on you like once in the fight for a Racking Pain. And that's not that useful. But you had leaf trinket, it's a 1 minute CD. That means if you have 2 or 3 people in the group running leaf, you can start to get to the point where you can cover almost every instance of Racking Pain with someone's leaf. And so now Ward is in that same category. It's been dropped originally in season 2. It was dropped from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Now it's been dropped from 2 minutes to 1 minute. And so it's the shield that it's giving you is much smaller than what Rage Heart would give you, but you can use it on other people. It gives you primary stat instead of verse, so it will be a better throughput trinket than Rage Heart would have been. And it's a shorter cooldown, 1 minute instead of 1.5. And realistically, you didn't need the full value of a Rage Heart shield very often. Like, how often were you getting hit when your Rage Heart was procced where you were scared at all? Most of the time when you had Rage Heart up, if you pressed Rage Heart and got hit by something, your health bar didn't even fucking move. You would press Rage Heart, the ability would go off, your shield would disappear, but your health bar would just stay full. And that's cool, but not really necessary. And so I think Ward will be the more popular choice. Rage Heart still has value as a combo trinket for both damage and defensive. Ward doesn't really do much damage. It gives like a really baby small amount of damage when it procs. When you put on somebody and the shield is removed, it hits for like 50,000 or some piss small amount. But that's almost, you could remove that from the trinket and it really wouldn't like matter at all. Does it have int? Yes. That's really the thing that I think makes it potentially more valuable than Rage. Well, that and the ability to put on other people. It gives you int instead of verse. So it'll add noticeably more HPS compared to Rage Heart. And the ability to put it on other people will be pretty nice. There could be some dungeons where you would theoretically run both Rage Heart and Ward if you're really just terrified of being one shot in a dungeon. There could potentially be some dungeons where you would run Rage Heart and Ward just to have as many shields as possible. But I don't think that'll be fairly common. I'm trying to think through which dungeons might meet that sort of criteria. I think the only time in Nokud where you might be scared of that would be third boss. Because their shoots start doing like real fucking damage. And then they have their Gale arrows that really hurt. So you'd probably want to use your defensives on Gale arrow, and then you may not have anything left for the individual shoots, but I don't think so. Oldemon, like maybe Sentinel, but I think he got nerfed to some extent. His bleeds still hurt. If you don't run with an AUG to remove bleeds, maybe. Neltheris. Tough to say in that dungeon, honestly. I don't know what route people are going to run now that they've changed the chains, the way the chains work, but I don't know that any of the bosses really require. I guess maybe like Magma Tusk. If you get the spray on you and you don't have anything. Definitely don't need it for Brackenhide. Ruby Life Pools, maybe like last boss. The what are they called? Is it one of these things? Yeah, whatever the flame spit. Yeah, that sounds right. Flame spit. That shit fucks people up. So like maybe, but like part of the other problem is that you using having 2 on use trinkets locks one of them out for 20 seconds when you use the first one. So if you got flame spit on you and you pressed Rage Heart, you wouldn't be able to ward somebody else, and not being able to use both of them at the same time. You're probably not having that many waves of flame spits in the last phase anyway. So if you use one on yourself, maybe you'd get to use ward like 1 time on somebody else. I don't know. So I think it would have to be a very specific situation to run Rage Heart and ward. But anyway, all that is to say, I think the trinkets you'd be looking at, well, first off, if you're talking about what to buy from the bullion vendor, several of the trinkets I think we might use next season, you can't even buy from it. Like Tome from Vault, Rage Heart from Nokud. Those, you can't even buy those because they're dungeon trinkets. Of the ones that you can buy off the bullion trinket, the ones I'd be looking at would probably be Icon or Ward or Rage Heart. I think would be the most generally useful trinkets in Mythic Plus. The ones most likely to see play. And and the other thing I would say is I probably wouldn't spend my first bullion on a trinket unless you get really lucky in the first few weeks and you get a weapon. My first bullion would probably be a weapon, because I think the weapons you're going to want to play are going to be the ones from Amir Dursil, the cantrip weapons, either the Nimue Staff, Dreambinder, or the one-hander off of Farak, Vakash. And we won't see that raid on Awakened until week 3, which means you will not be able to get those weapons by the time you can spend your first bullion. Like, you'll be able to buy something at the beginning of next week. We're going to get 1 bullion this week and then 1 bullion next week. So you'll be able to buy something next week, and then we won't even see Amir Dursil until the week after that. And the Nimue Staff is very rare drop, so it's unlikely to drop in raid. And then you would have to kill Farak to get Vakash, which I doubt a lot of guilds are going to be killing Farak on week 3 of the season. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what the tuning's supposed to be like, but my suspicion is on the first go around, we will not be killing Farak. And even if you do kill Farak, the chance that they're going to give Vakash to a healer is about this fucking big. So even if that does drop, you're for sure not fucking getting it. So my recommendation, I think, for your bullion purchases would be to probably pick up a weapon the first go around when you get the first 2 bullions, and then on the next set of bullions, that's where you would probably start asking yourself, okay, what trinkets do I need? You start to have a better idea of which trinkets are being used in Mythic Plus, which ones are popular and good, and you can make a more informed decision. Is it 2 bullions per item? Yeah. Fink, thank you for the resub, babe. 3 months. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your new Blue Ultra Babe sub icon. Thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. All right, so we were looking at this new week aura pack we picked up. I downloaded 2 different week aura packs for dungeon casts. One is this, which appears to include every cast available in a dungeon. And then the other one was Dorky's pack. And you can see how much Dorky has curated his list. So for him, Nokud consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 spellcasts that he's tracking. And he makes no distinction visually on them. They're all just green bars. Compared to the full suite of casts from Nokud, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 32, 4, 6, 8, 40. Jesus. 2, 4, 6, 8, 50. 50 plus spellcasts, and they're all individually color coded. So you get a better idea of what they're doing. Is that season 4 pack publicly available? Yeah, it is. This. Dorky's colorblind, so you just rock the same color. There's no okay, but like you're not colorblind where just everything's the same fucking color, or else you'd have no vision. I understand that there's types of color blindness that's like red and green look the same, blah blah blah. You can for sure develop some color scheme where you can differentiate the casts enough to be able to look at them quickly and go, okay, that's an interruptible cast, that's a CCable cast. Can I go to the dungeon on normal to see what it does? I mean, you can see like the effects of the dungeon or of the weak aura pack just by looking at how they like this would pop up the casts like this, and Dorky's looks like this. Is the Boolean drop rate 100%? I am still not entirely sure how they're going to handle Boolean drops. They say you earn them from killing bosses on Awakened, and I believe from any difficulty on Awakened. So I think you can go in on LFR, normal, heroic, whatever, kill bosses, get Boolean drops, but I suspect it's probably not a 100% drop rate. You probably have to kill a few bosses. Or maybe it's like only the final boss. Probably not only the final boss. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. We'll find out pretty quickly today when North America goes, when it launches, how you get Bullion. I mean, like, I know how you get them. I just don't know what drop rate you get. So. All right. So now I guess the question is, do I agree with Dorky's curation of these spellcasts? Because if so, I could just disable every other spellcast in the pack that the other person put together. Is there any spellcast? Okay, he's got Mana Void, Severing Slash, Astral Whirlwind. Okay, so what even are these? Mana Void is... Why can't I know? It's because the... Okay, I see. Not you. You. Mana Void. Fuses the target with Cryptic Void, inflicting damage every 4 seconds upon expiration. Okay, so that's the dot that goes on people. Severing Slash is the tank dot. Whirlwind is the dudes down here spinning, right? Yeah. Surges are... Is that these guys again? Yeah. So that's just a spell cast on tank. Mystic Blast is the thing you have to stop from the Scepter. So that's the big AoE. Monotonous Lecture is the CC, right? From one of these dudes. Textbook, I think. Yeah. So that's the one where it stuns somebody for so long as it's casting. Missiles is the casters down here. The Invokers. And Detonation Seeds. It's not stoppable, is it? I guess it is. Creates exploding seeds. But that's just the swirlies on the ground. I don't feel like you... I mean, maybe you stop them just to, like, make the pull less annoying, but... Those shouldn't kill anybody who's paying attention. Okay, so were there any? I mean, there's certainly going to be some spellcasts from the other one that I don't really care about compared to Dorky's list. Which ones? Deadly Winds is this dude, right? The mini boss? Where the fuck is the mini boss? That's you, right? Yeah. So, yeah, we don't care about that. Is that one loaded? Yeah, it's loaded. And then Gust is that the birds? Yeah, it's the frontal. Okay. So I do like this person's weak aura pack better in that they have spells color coded and they have all of them should I choose to use them. But what I think I may do is compromise between this pack and Dorky's pack and just disable everything that isn't on Dorky's list. And then if I find myself as the season goes along thinking, man, there's really this other spell that I feel like I should be tracking, then I can just enable it. Surge, mana void, mana structure, missiles, bomb. A lot of these are, like I said, a lot of these are spellcasts that are definitely going to be in your dungeon alerts pack. Things like Burst Forth. That should be in your weak aura pack for like boss alerts. It definitely doesn't need its own standalone spellcast because the use for a spellcast pack like this should be to inform you of when you need to stop something, and you can't stop Burst Forth or like Vicious Ambush or any of that shit. You react to it, you respond to it, but you can't stop it from going off. And if I can't stop it, I don't want it in this list of weak auras, because this over here are the things that I want to be able to just know if I see a spell bar moving over there. I like that's a thing that can be stopped if somebody does something, and depending on the color of it will determine the severity of needing to stop it. But I definitely don't want things mixed in over there that are not stoppable, because I don't want to get baited. I don't want to see a spell bar moving and go, ooh, I should fucking incap roar, and oh, I just incap roared Vicious Ambush and it did literally nothing. All right, Great. Mystic Blast, yes. Mana Bombs. That's the boss cast, right? Okay. So let's see. What's the color scheme for... I need to determine why these are colored the way they are. There's yellow, there's orange, there's purple, there's red, and then there was a gray one in a different dungeon. I don't know what that one is, but let's see. So this seems like maybe it's like avoidable damage. And orange seems like it's a targeted ability. And red is like an oh shit ability. Most of these are boss abilities, but Mystic Blast is not a boss ability, but it is a if this goes off, strong chance we wipe kind of thing. Okay, from the Waggo page. White means wipe, red means dangerous, purple means tank danger. Well, we're disabling all the purple ones. Get fucked. Orange is important, yellow is dodge. Green is you are being targeted by an ability. Okay. I think I think that was basically what I had kind of sussed out from reading it, so that's good that I at least, without knowing what they were trying to do, came to the conclusion that I think matches. So I am in agreement looking through the things they've color-coded with the system that they've used for that. Um, However, it's weird to me that they did not, for instance, make Mystic Blast white. If white is a wipe, I feel like Mystic Blast is definitely that. I also don't know what it feels weird to make a distinction between like wipe and dangerous because that's that's just a matter of key level. Um, if something's if something is dangerous, it's eventually going to be a wipe if you push high enough. All right. So that was Academy. What else do we have here? Where's the rest of Dorky's pack? Wait, where did Dorky's pack go? There it is. All right. So Academy, Brackenhide. So Bolt, Mangle, other Bolt, Fuse. Okay. That's Nokud. I don't know why I opened Nokud. Okay. Rotting Burst. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Is that a boss cast? Is that you? The fuck's casting Rotting Burst? Hmm. When season start for Renee? I think it's supposed to be 4 hours, assuming they don't go, assuming it doesn't get delayed, and that's a very confident assumption, I guess, if you think it's not going to get delayed. All right. Well, I don't know what the hell this spellcast is, so let's see. What was the list of things that Dorky had? Bolt, other bolt, couple surges, gushing ooze, roots, crippling bite, bounding leap. Okay. Well, not you. Not you. I don't think you had Robert's totem on there, did you? That's not something you can stop. No totems. Fuck is stomp? You don't have stomp here, do you? No. God damn it. Dude, I feel like I could remember all the things very quickly from Academy in my head, but I can't remember like any of the spellcasts from Brackenhide. Withering Burst one. Oh, holy fuck. Bone Bolt Volley. Okay, that's one. Rapid Healing. Don't know. Hex Trick. No. Savage Charge. No. No. I don't think Decayed Senses. No. Burst of Decay wasn't one, was it? Jesus Christ, we're just disabling all of these. Fish Slap. That's Rotface, I think, or whatever his name is up here. Fish Face. Rotface. All right, Rotting Surge was the first one, I think, right? Yeah, Rotting Surge. Bounding Leap is one. What the fuck even is Bounding Leap? I don't even know what the hell that is. Who the hell does Bounding Leap? Do you know if Crest Cap for Season 4 works the same as it did for Season 3? I presume so. I don't remember them saying anything about it. Fuck is Bounding Leap? Who does this? How do you skip Stink Breath now? You could just tag him and meld him. Like, when you run up to the bridge, everybody else runs to the side of the bridge. Somebody tags him, runs this way. Everybody else jumps onto the bridge. This person runs around him, melds, or invis or whatever, drops combat, runs across. Any resolution for the Jeep issue we had? Yeah. We successfully settled with them. For like, what was it? 12,000, I think. Dogs on third boss. Yes, it is. Why? That's an instant cast. Why is Dorky tracking that? I'm not tracking that shit. Fuck. Alright. Bloody Bite. That's not a stoppable thing, is it? It's just a 0.7 second cast. Yeah, I don't think that's a, I don't think you're stopping that. Bone Bolt. Keep that on. Wither Bolt. Is that stoppable? Wither Bolt? Earth Bolt. Claw Mangle. Withering Contagion. No. Wait, he had Gushing Ooze? That's the one that you can't stop, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna show that one. I don't know. Dude, I don't like Dorky's inconsistency with some of these spellcasts. He's just throwing any spellcast he wants to track in there. There's like no theme to it other than just I want to know if this is happening. But this is scaring me now because I'm realizing that there's going to be some shit in here that I probably need to. I can't just rely on his judgment of what goes on his weak aura or not, because he's putting some weird shit in there and he's putting some shit. And he's not putting some shit in there that I think. Actually, I don't know that he hasn't put anything in there that I would want to track, but he's definitely put some shit in there that I don't care about. At least not care about putting it in this weak aura. How do you know for sure if you made title? Well, I mean, Blizzard publishes the cutoffs every night, I think. And Raider.io's tracker is, I think, very accurate. So check the tracker at the end of the season and see if you're above it. You would normally get the title several weeks into the next season. It'll be a while. Okay, what infused corruption. Who casts this shit? This is a shaper channeled. Okay, yeah. So we can track that. Decaying roots. Is that one that he tracked? Yes. Who casts decaying roots? You. Instant. Yeah, I don't care about that. All right, Screech is the vultures, right? Where are those birdies at? The patrol. Like, actually, where are the birds? Oh, there they are. I was like, where the fuck? Yeah, okay. So yeah, we're tracking Screech. Who casts just regular ass shoot? What is that? Is that a gut shot thing? Yeah, don't care about that. Touch of Decay. I also don't know who casts that, but I don't think that gets tracked. All right, so is there anything in here that I did not track? So he tracks like Crippling Bite, which is that even on this thing? I don't think so. Who does Crippling Bite? Is that a... That's a hyena thing. Yeah, I don't think I care about that. And do I support the idea of all having a 2+ key to start? I mean, I don't think it really matters one way or the other. It's a bit annoying knowing that it will be trivial to increase the level of it. So it just feels like a waste of time. All right. So, like, I don't know that I give a shit about Bounding Leap either. I don't know why he's tracking all these fucking hyena casts. Did I track Bounding Leap? No, I didn't. Yeah. 7 TV emote? Yeah, fire away. What are we adding? Ah, shit. Sprite. Nodders. Yep. There we go. Okay. So I really think just the ones that I would want to track in here are the so we want to make sure we have the Mystic. Okay, I am tracking Claw Mangle. I know I want that. Am I tracking Earthbolt? Yep. Okay. Earthbolt. Claw Mangle. What else do we want to stop? We want to stop, is that the same spell ID? 378155? No. Yes. Huh. Okay. Well, that's the other one we want to track. 378155. Shaper. Can't remember actually if I want to do Touch of Decay. How hard does that hit? 19,000 compared to what does Mystic do? Earthbolt 29,000. I guess it's Maybe I should track that. We'll track it for now and then see how that turns out. Okay, Decayed Elder. Oh wait, does Decaying Roots, is that one that has a spellcast associated with it? I hate when MDT does this shit. It shows me two different spells, and one of them's instant, and one of them's 2.4-second cast. But now that I think about it, I think maybe that was one that had a spellcast associated with it. Because I remember there needing to be stops on Shapers and Elders. I just didn't remember what the things were that needed to be stopped. Okay, then none of this shit. Okay, we got the vultures. The bear doesn't do anything, does he? Gutshot has... What's the thing that needs to be stopped on Gutshot? Is it Master's Call? I think it was Master's Call that needs to be stopped on him. What do I think of Jamal Murray's shot last night? Yeah, I went to bed. I was looking at the score of the game. Lakers were up like whatever, 20 at half. And I remember checking the score at some point in the third quarter, and the Nuggets had pulled back to within like 12. And I remember going to bed in the third quarter being like, I'm going to wake up and the Nuggets are going to win. Like, this just feels inevitable. And then when I got up this morning, I checked ESPN, and that was the front page, and it was like, Murray wins on last second shot. And I was like, yeah, that's... Yeah, it was fairly predictable. It's wild how much it just doesn't matter what happens at the start of the game. You just know the Nuggets are going to win. All right, so we got Master's Call, and what are we stopping on this dude? Rotting Surge, we have that, right? And Decay Surge. I hate when they have spells that all have the same names in them. Like when you have shit called Decay Surge, Rotting Surge, Decay, what was it? Decaying Strike. And you've got like Rotting Surge, Rotten Meat. I understand wanting to have a theme, but like the names shouldn't all blend together like that. It's really annoying. All right, so we're tracking Rotting Surge, and then where's Decay Strike? Or no, Decay Surge. Sorry, not Decay Strike. Decay Surge isn't even on here. All right. Oh, well, maybe you can't stop that. It's crazy that this was actually the season where I had to kick like a million things, and I don't remember like what any of them were. I just know that it was like, you kick Hexer, and then I was like, okay. And then when it cast whatever the fucking thing was that it cast, you stop that. Tajan. All right, I think that's everything in here. All right. So we'll go with that for Brackenhide. Then actually I kind of just want to go through these myself and do my own, and then then I'll look through Dorky's and see if there's anything he's tracking that I'm not. Ask myself why. Skullcracker, no. Thundering Slam, no. Resonating Orb, no. Fissuring Slam, no. Blessing of Tear, no. Wait, I can do select, shift select, right? Wing Buffet, no. Chain Lightning, Yes. You can't stop Wing Buffet, can you? What even the fuck is that? Cast Wing Buffet and hold them on. Is that a... It's got to be you, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can't stop that. Chain Lightning we can stop. Defensive Bulwark is... Is that a first boss angle? Olaf, maybe? Yeah, don't care about that. Quaking Totem, no. All right, well, what? Okay, so we definitely want to be able to stop Spiked Carapace. And I guess I could do this. I guess I could just select everything and then unselect. Okay, so we want to be able to stop Hail of Stone, Curse of Stone, Spiked Carapace, Sonic Burst, Hasten, maybe? What else do we have here? Geomancers are only... Oh, so there's Stone Spike, too. Do we care about stop? I don't even think you can stop Stone Spikes every time, can you? I feel like they spam that over and over and over again. We'll keep it in the list, though. It is, you know, it's something that you can stop. Throw rock, is that even on here? I don't even think that's on here. Okay. There's nothing here we want to track, right? And these guys don't do shit that we care about. And we want to track Hail of Stone. Do I have Stone Bolt on here? No. Do we care about that? I don't remember ever stopping Stone Bolt. Curse of Stone. Earthen Ward. I guess maybe we would track Earthen Ward. What's the best way to find out a dot ID on you without having it on Wowhead? I am not sure. Okay, we don't stop any of that. This is the Screech thing, so no Sonic Burst. Don't stop any of that. Stop any of that. We have those. Alright, and Hasten is the one that we can stop from them. You guys don't catch shit, right? Nothing? Okay. So we'll put never on those. Alright, now, was there anything Dorky was tracking in this dungeon that I chose not to? Hold him on. He tracks Stonebolt. Yeah, we didn't track that. These are all tank things, I think. Stone Spike, Stonebolt. He tracks Thunderous Clap. That's just the AoE you have to LOS. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried about tracking Stonebolt. Fuck. Okay, we should probably track Stonebolt, but we gotta add that. Okay. What would Stonebolt would be on the same as like Stone Spike? So let's duplicate Stone Spike, Stone Bolt. And what was the spell ID for this? Who's casting this? Weaver. 369399. 369. That's the Celia Banks. That's the number she says, right? 369 girls want to have fun. What area code is 369? Something. Northwestern part of California. Hmm. Okay. So where were we? We had Stonebolt, Trigger. Yeah. Is there anything else I need to add to? Okay. Should be good. All right. Otherwise, I don't think he had anything else in here that we weren't tracking already. So that should be good. Okay. So did we do Nokid already? No. All right. Let's see. Hunt Prey. I don't think that's how you spell prey. We're gonna rename that. Hunt Prey. Hunt Prey Love. Okay. Nokid. Is that just the birds here? Not that right. That is not the correct area of the dungeon. Okay, so little birdies, where are you? Why am I having such trouble grabbing the map here? What the fuck? Where are the birds in here? There we go. Warohuna. Hunt Prey. Yep. Okay. Wait. Okay, eruption, we're not tracking. What's the, how do we want to do this? Do we want to do the same thing where we select everything? Jesus Christ, there's so many spell casts in this dungeon. There's like a limit to how many things. No, there's not. Okay. All right, eruption. I know. So Hunt Prey, we're going to leave off the list now for now because I don't. It's the cast from the Hunter that applies the fixate. Okay. Rotting Wind, we definitely want to keep on there. Siphon Power, no. Disruptive Shout. Is that stoppable? Who casts that? That's not the War Spear. Where's the big guy? Horn Sounder? Nope. Plane Stomper. Okay, so Raleigh the Clan. Fuck does that even do? God damn it, I keep clicking the wrong guy. Where's the... Okay, I guess keep that on there. Summon Squall. Can't stop Summon Squall, can you? There's no way. Where is that? Who does that? Wait, is that not these guys? There we go. Yeah. Okay, so don't care about that. No, no, no. Totemic Overload. Can't stop that either. Electrical Storm. Fuck is Electrical Storm? Is that you? Yep. Okay. Wait. Shit. I'm doing the wrong thing. I want to leave these all marked. Fuck me. Okay. Iron Spear, no. Static Spear, no. Iron Stampede, no. Upheaval, no. Earth Splitter, I don't think so. Shatter Soul, also not stoppable. Deathbolt Volley is stoppable, right? Which one of you little rats does that? Is it Death Speaker? No. Is it? Yeah. Okay, so Deathbolt Volley, Swift Wind. I don't even know what the fuck Swift Wind is. It's not you, right? No. No. Increase the haste. Okay, yeah, probably want to stop that. You can't stop Summon Squall? Oh, okay. Lightning Strike. Fuck is Lightning Strike? Oh wait, that's these little dudes, aren't they? Or this big? No, this big guy. It's the big guy. Yeah. Okay. Can that be kicked? I feel like it can be, but I also remember it going off. And I feel like if it can be kicked, I don't know why we were ever letting it go off. We're gonna say that it's stoppable, I guess. Stormbolt is stoppable, right? Yeah. Deadly Thunder, that's the boss, right? No. Okay. Who casts Deadly Thunder? This is a fun game. Trying to figure out who the fuck casts what. Is that one of you guys over here? Oh, whatever. What else do we know that can be stopped that's bad? None of this shit. What is Chant of the Dead and Necrotic Eruption? Okay, Chant of the Dead. That's got to be stoppable, right? Okay. Desecrating Roar. That one can be stopped, right? It's is that the Beast Caller? Yeah. Maybe that can be stopped. Actually, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Why there was a different Stormbolt up here, wasn't there? Stormbolt and then Stormbolt. Cool. There's too many fucking casts in this dungeon, man. Alright, what's the difference between Stormbolt 1 word and Stormbolt 2 words? Stormbolt 1 word? Which one is that? Okay. And Stormbolt 2 words is... No, they're both 1 word. Well, I guess we remove that. Unless it's... Maybe that's last boss ads or something? Actually, now that I think about it. might actually be last boss. Alright, shoot, quick shot. No, I don't think surge or so. Wait, I'm fucking clicking the things that. God damn it. Oh, blood curdling shout. Who the fuck does blood curdling shout? Okay, it's probably stoppable. Man, I don't even fucking know what half these spells are. Storm shock. I think I went past that one somewhere, didn't I? No. Okay. Well, let's do this for now. We're gonna put you guys all in the never. Stormcaster does 2-word. And Stormcaster and Stormcaller. It's 1-word, and Storm. Wait, you mean Storm Speaker, I guess? Or is there a different thing in here? Because on mine, the Storm Speakers are both. This is 1-word, 368012, and 368012. It's the same spell ID. What spell ID is this? 368012. Okay, what's the other Stormbolt? 376725. So is there a different Storm guy? Isn't my current guild a bit too low skill-wise compared to me? I don't know, man. They're chill. They put up with my shit. Oh wait, there we go. Is it this guy? Nope, that's the same Stormbolt too. Where's the other fucking Stormbolt, man? I don't get it. Where the fuck is this other Stormbolt? It's not you guys. Wait, do I have Surge tracked on here? I remember seeing that, but I can't remember if I tracked it or not. Load? Yeah, let's load that, I guess. Okay. Think it's seeing. Yeah, I think so too. I just think those ads are not showing up on MDT. I don't think they're. I don't think their spells are added to his list. So, actually, I wonder if I can just tell from the. Yeah, there we go. That's probably the correct one. Is this a 2-word Stormbolt? This one is 3-6. Okay, yeah, that's the one from the earlier area. So then this one should be 2 words, Stormbolt. Yeah, okay. I think that's correct. Okay. Alright, what's Dorky tracking in here? Swift Stab, yeah, I don't care. Rally the Clan, okay. Rain of Arrows, I don't think I was tracking that one. Can that one be stopped? Where's Rain of Arrows? No, not tracking that. Okay, where is... Yeah, I don't really care about stopping that. That's just a watch your feet one. Okay, what else is he tracking? Squall Surge. I have that. That's not actually called Squall Surge. It's just called Surge, and it's from the Squall. So yeah, we're tracking that. Summon Squall. Yep. Tempest. I don't think I'm tracking that. What the fuck is Tempest? That's a boss thing, right? Fuck. It's one of your spells, right? Maybe not, actually. Ah, here we go. Okay. That one's not stoppable, though, is it? That's just the AoE damage that... Or? I don't think that's a stoppable spell. Tempest can be stopped? What the fuck? Okay. It's actually crazy how much you just tune out when you don't have a kick. Like, I've never played a kick caster in like, or a kick healer in no good, and I just... Tempest, where are you? Okay, Arcing Strike. Yep, that's a tank thing, I believe. Current target. Yep. Oh, if I remember right, this is the thing that scared the shit out of Mordrum in season 1 on his Brewmaster. Not my problem. Okay, what else is Dorky tracking? Rotting Wind, yep. Swift Wind, yep. Deathbolt, yep. Deadly Thunder. Fuck is Deadly Thunder? Is that a you thing? No. Is that a... It's like nothing you guys do is called Deadly Thunder, right? What the hell is Deadly Thunder? Hmm. The packs at Last Boss have it? This... Oh wow, that thing fucks you up. Alright. Yep. Deadly Thunder, where are you at? Okay. And Necrotic Eruption. I think I wasn't tracking that because that's just the one where you watch your feet. I think. That's these guys are no which guys cast this? Not Mystic, is it? No, it's the Corruptors, yeah. It is channeled though. I guess maybe that's a thing. Wonder how long they channel that. Yeah, I guess I'll track that. Where is that? Painfully long channel. All right. Okay. So we've done Nokud, Oldemon. Need to do Nelth still. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Where's the entrance to this dungeon? It's okay, these guys don't do anything you can stop, right? They just jump on you. Or can you stop binding spear? What are the things I do know that we want to stop? We want to stop, where's Dickhead? Thaumaturge. We want to stop, Conflagration and Molten Core. So let's see, let's add everything in here. Okay, so Molten Core. What the fuck is Fiery Focus? Okay, so Molten Core. Where's Magma Conflagration? I go past it? Magma Wave, Magma Fist, Magma, there we go. Okay. Spine Crusher, do you do anything? No. Magnetusk, don't care. Where's the mini boss? Lahar, where are you at? Okay, what do you do that needs to be stopped? Is it Burning Roar? Fuck this, I'm just gonna go look at what Dorky tracks. Okay. What the fuck? You don't track anything from this guy? Alright, so Burning Roar. Yeah, we want Dragonbone Axe. E-Track Binding Spear? No. Molten Core, Conflagration, Magma Fist. I don't even know what the fuck Magma Fist is. Who does that? Is that... one of these guys? No. 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 The fuck cast Magma Fist, dude? Oh, is that the mini boss, maybe? No. Okay. I have no goddamn idea who casts. I feel like I've looked at everybody in this fucking dungeon. Unless it was one of these guys and I wasn't paying attention to it. I mean, there's no way that a fucking big elephant dude has an ability called Magma Fist. Unless it's Warlord? I guess I didn't look at Warlord. No. There's no way it's a bird. Looked at Wardens, looked at Lavamancers. It's not trainees, is it? There, it's fucking trainees, motherfucker. Okay. Okay, so unleashes a combo of magma attacks and a cone. Sure. I guess we'll track that. Something we can stop. Wait, that's listed as a tank thing. Fuck that. I can stay not tracked. Okay, what else is he tracking? Dragon Bone Axe, Pierce Marrow. Which one is Pierce Marrow? It's one of the ones back in the blacksmith room, right? Or? Oh, there we go. It's the same guy. Okay, so Pierce Marrow. Where is that? Does this guy even have this on the list of things to track? I don't think so. This that doesn't go on player. I mean, like, that doesn't go on I don't remember that being a thing that goes on. Is that like a tank thing? I don't remember that going on people. All right, we want to track melt. We want to track. I think the only thing I remember tracking in here is the melt and the dragon bone axe. I believe. I think what I may end up doing though is I remember I had a season 2 week aura pack for stops, and I had a few colors, but the important distinction was that there were some of them were like gray, and that meant they couldn't be kicked, and some of them were, I think, green, and that meant they could be kicked. And so I knew if it showed up as gray, I needed a blinding light, and if it showed up as green, it needed to be kicked. And I may have to go through and change the color coding on this shit. We'll see. I feel like after all this, I'm going to end up not using this weak ore pack because I want to change the colors in it. But give me 1 second. I need to grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm actually not curious before I do any more. I feel like maybe I should have done this before, but are there any other season 4 caster packs for weak auras that would maybe better tell me whether I let's see, this guy has one as well. No. Um no. Okay. Okay, well, maybe we just go with dorkies, but I remember there being some things. Was there anything I ended up fuck dude, I should have just deleted all the ones I wasn't gonna use. Now I have no idea which ones I have loaded and which ones I don't. Was there anything that Dorky wasn't tracking in any of these dungeons that I feel like was a thing that needed to be tracked, I guess is the real question. See, like, I want to change some of these things to... Okay, like, we're going to delete this one. Don't give a shit about Magma Fist. Don't give a shit about Pierce Marrow. Do I know if crests are capped? I'm not sure, but I assume so, because I don't think they mentioned removing it. Plan on running the same build for Resto Druid? I don't think anything changed. Okay, so Academy, is there anything here? Don't care about Severing Slash. I don't really care about Detonation Seeds. Alright, so... besides DH, which tank am I excited to heal this season? Well, that's sort of pointless, right? Surges, Mystic Blast, Monotonous, Arcane Missiles. Brackenhide. Is there anything here? Oh yeah, he was tracking some of this shit that I don't really care about. This is like the hyenas. Gushing Ooze, we don't care about. Come on. Okay. Elemental Focus, that's the ads. Dazzle, those are the little insect dudes. Ice Shard, this guy's on the last bridge. And on the way to third boss, I think. Thunderstorm. Okay. Tidal Divergence. What the fuck is that? Is that you? No? Is that... It's not you, right? It's not you, right? Who the fuck casts Tidal Divergence? Is that one of the mini bosses? Okay, I give up. Adds a spawn in the gauntlet. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think those are all the things I'd want to track. And halls. Let's see, Ruby. I don't even know what the fuck tech. Oh, that's the big guy, right? What's his face? No, not you. The other big guy. Wait, is that no? It's not big guys. It's not you. Um, Earth Shaper, right? Yep. Okay. So yeah, Tectonic Slam, Flame Dance, Cinderbolt, Ice Bolt. Is that really all that you're? There's no way. There's more shit in here. What about maybe that is everything actually. I guess. I feel like there has to be more shit in here, but maybe not. Is this what shows enemy casts on friendly uniframes? No, this is just gonna be a drop down, like a list of all the things that it's gonna show me all these spells when they cast. The thing on my uniframes is targeted spells. Weak aura. Okay. Noku, don't care about. Swift stab. Don't care about rain of arrows. Don't care about arcing strike. Don't care about necrotic eruption. And then Oldemon. Don't care about Thunderous Clap. And Azure Vault. Ice Cutter. That's a strictly tank thing, right? It's the one guy. Which direction are we going here? That's yep. Don't care about that. Fuck is Null Stomp? Is that the Froggy Boys at the end? How do we go? Other direction, down. Where's the down? There we go. Stomp. Okay. Okay. Fuck is Unstable Power? Cast Unstable Power. Oh, not you. Where's you? Nope. see. Is it not any of you? Who the fuck cast this ability? Wasn't you, was it? No. Not you, is it? No. Wait, what does the ad on this fight cast? Illusionary Bolt, that's the one. Not you. It's none of you guys, right? Arcane Bolt. It's the same. It's the same spell icon as whatever this is that he's tracking, but it's not the same spell. So who the fuck casts? Unstable Power. What the hell is Unstable Power? Okay, what's the spell ID? What's spell ID? 378 or 374-885. All right, Wowhead. What are we looking at here? Unstable Power. Fires arcane missiles at all players. Okay. Astral Attendant. Where the fuck is an Astral Attendant? Ah, okay, here we go. Okay. Is there anything else in here that we want to track? Now, what I want to make sure of is, I actually think I see now what Dorky's, what Dorky's tracking. I think these are all things that can be stopped with AoE stops. I think these are the things that don't need kicks. That's not true, though. You can't. Inundate needs a kick. I know that. That needs a kick. See, because this is the thing is like, as a paladin, when I was playing paladin this season, I wanted to know both things that need to be kicked and things that could be blinding lighted. But now as a druid, I'm probably never running kick, so it's just going to be a matter of which things can be like roared or typhooned. So tracking individual kick stuff is not going to be that helpful. But I think almost all this shit is stuff that can be stopped with AoE stuff. Oh well. Yeah, okay. Well, I think I like Dorky's pack in terms of it being much more shaved down. We'll keep this one. I'm just going to turn it all off for the time being. Wait, what is this? Alive? Why does he have this toggled to alive in Academy? Astral Whirlwind. Load if you're alive. That has to be a misclick. Okay, well. So we'll start using that tomorrow. Okay, we need to move this over a bit now. So it doesn't clip with Dorkies. Season 4. Wait, where was his shit? Oh no, it's okay. Okay. Is that gonna show up at this? Is that gonna overlap with Okay. Okay. Well, I think that gives us. I think I just ended up using Dorky's pack anyway. For the most part, deleted a few things out of it, but should be good. And we got our Vault of the Incarnate weak auras updated from the liquid pack, and soon we will delete our Iridol weak aura because we will not be using that. And also, I realized yesterday, I don't know how long it's been like this, but my Belorlos and my Rage Heart trinket are not lined up on my use trinkets. Ah, that's because it's because Belorlos has its own. Where the fuck is my Belorlos? Do I really have a separate weak aura just for Belorlos? The fuck? Where in the hell is it? Ah, I have a. What the fuck? Why do I have two? Huh. Okay. Well, we're gonna delete that. Unused trinkets. Where is that? Used trinkets and unused trinkets. Delete that shit. Okay. All right. Now, I don't think there's any chance that we actually do a dungeon today that's for score. The only way I think that would work is if I still didn't get a 30 throne done, which I think you could maybe do in a pug. I never got a 31 rise done, which I think you could do in a pug. But otherwise, I think every one of these dungeons would require a pretty solid group, a pre-mid. So I'm not going to hold out any hope necessarily. Did I run a 29 DHT last night? No. Nope. Okay. Oh, I was kind of wanting to check. I saw Weakor has updated their alpha client, and I wonder if that made it usable on. Weakor's was usable for me the day that alpha launched, But then they disabled add-ons, and then when they brought them back, WeakAuras no longer worked. So let's see here. Does WeakAuras work now? No, still bugged. It's trying to run some get item info. Actually, can I install an add-on that fixes that? What's that? Library range check. Alright. Slash reload. Nope. Still fucked. Oh, range check 3.0. Did I install the wrong one? Okay. Nope. Still doesn't like it. God damn it. Alright. Well. Alright, was there any other WeakAura I wanted to get made for tomorrow? We got our dungeon here. We'll eventually update our spell CDs on nameplate and our dungeon pack WeakAura. I also ended up with a dungeon WeakAura. I don't know how or when. I got a Season 4 Dungeons for Dragonflight WeakAura. And I don't know when the fuck I did this. I have no recollection of downloading this. And it seems in a lot of ways to be similar to the DF Dungeons one in terms of layout. I'm gonna look this up. What is this WeakAura? Okay. Yeah, I must have installed this on beta, but Somehow it carried over to live, or PTR, but somehow it carried over to live or something. Because I do think I remember installing this on PTR, but whoops. Oh no. I want to update this now, but when Causis does his season by season updates, it deletes all the old ones. So I'd have to be really sure I was not going to run any more season 1 or season 3 dungeons before I do that, and I'm not sure of that. Season 3 one was updated. Yeah, I haven't done that update yet. I've been holding off that and spell CDs on nameplate. I have avoided updating. On PTR? No, this is live. What key do I have? 31 fall? Okay. People still pushing? Yeah. Well, part of it is just like, what else are you going to do today? They took Plunderstorm down, right? So there's not even, you can't even fuck around on Plunderstorm anymore. Cutoff went from 36.90 to almost 37.20. Well, that's also partly the function of the last week of the season being a push week, which isn't always like being like a really good affix week. Even if this hadn't been the last week of the season, the level cutoff would have increased noticeably. Did we guys kill Frack yesterday? No. No. Whatever reason, I guess maybe there's some people dead. I don't know. We never really had a super clean pull. We got him down low enough to wipe to sort of an enrage timer. Like, I think we had like a 9.5 minute pull. But, yeah, that boss is really just not our boss. It was a reclear, right? Yeah. We killed it twice, but the last kill, our last Farak kill was like a month and a half ago or something. We've been trying unsuccessfully to kill it again for like the last month. And, it's actually crazy if you look at my stats on the boss. We killed Farak on pull 436, and I've pulled the boss almost 200 more times. Actually, wait. I feel like that number was different on my priest. Now I'm curious. Is that number different? Slash MRT. No, same number. I thought it was, I thought we had way less pulls on our first kill for some reason. Dude, I gotta say, I must have fed like fucking crazy. At the beginning of Farak Progress, because I haven't been the first person to die on this fight in probably 300 pulls. So those first like 150 pulls, I must have just been getting absolutely fucking annihilated on this boss. Yeah, this was a very rough tier for me, especially early on these early bosses. Like when I was still figuring out how to play Disc Priest, I was just dying all the time. I am surprised I was first blood on Farak because, like I said, I don't think I was the first person to die more than a handful of times on. Like I'm curious now if I go back and look at logs. For the guild. So Farak, all wipes, ignore events after one deaths. Yeah, I was the first death 2 times last night. Let's see. What about nights before that? So the night before that. Yeah, it was never the first death for those 18 pulls. That where the fuck is the all wipes button? I guess I was 2 of the first deaths on that night. I guess maybe I'm the first death on this fight more than I realized. Once that night. Deaths. Holy fuck, I was the first death 3 times that night. Alright. Damn. Yeah. I guess maybe I was. Dude, in my mind, I was not dying that often, but... Wait, what does this percentage fucking mean? We still going to ignore Rejuve Season 4? I mean, I've been mixing in Rejuve more and more into my spellcasts. I've started stacking more and more Mastery. And started using Rejuve more and more. But it should still be a relatively low priority spell. Yeah. Like, every one of my deaths that night was to the frontal. What about this? Or every one of my first deaths, I should say. Yep. 3 frontals. Oh, not a frontal. What killed me there? It's got to have been like a frontal into something else. Hmm. Fuck even is Dark Embers? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, that makes more sense now that I'm thinking about that. Yeah, I was the first person. I actually didn't die to those like at all last night, which is I think why I kind of forgot about them. But yes, now that I think about it, I did have quite a few deaths on the balls, which I don't actually feel generally responsible for. I probably could have played better, and I think I did play better as we went further about that, but I feel like our baiting on that shit has always been not good, and there was always a ball floating in front of the other ones, and after a while I just got sick of ever trying to. At a certain point I was just like, fuck it, if I get hit by it, get hit by it. Like, I'm not dodging this shit every time. It's ridiculous. No class change season 4. Well, there's healer changes. Not many. I mean, like, not they didn't change abilities really, but they are nerfing Mistweaver by whatever it was, 13%, nerfing Druid by 5%. They're doing a Disc Priest nerf where they did like offsetting buffs and nerfs to where Disc Priest is now like 5% weaker in raid, but basically the same power in dungeons. They did some atonement shit, and so it ends up with Disc being weaker in raid, but should be just about the same in dungeons. But for DPS and tanks, no, I don't think there's been any class changes. What Druid hero talent tree am I thinking of playing? I don't know, and frankly, I think it's like really too early to talk about it because I would expect there to be several more changes to those trees. I would say thematically, I think Wildstalker would. I mean, it's cat form, like it's probably what I'm hoping will be good. But I will say that I don't know that there's any one hero talent in the Wildstalker tree that feels crazy good. Whereas in the Keeper of the Grove tree, there's the talent that makes regrowth give you an 8% DR, and that feels fucking insane. That by itself, I feel like might be enough to force you into the Keeper of the Grove tree, even if like nothing else is, even if there's nothing else in the Keeper of the Grove tree that's good or exciting. If having regrove on you reduces your damage taken by 8%, that will feel borderline necessary if you're pushing keys. Because that's like a whole ass key level of damage reduction. That's like precasting Flash Veil on Priest, except it's even better because I never tested this on Alpha. Let me actually do this on Alpha right now. I never tested this. I just assumed it worked this way. But presuming that you get 8% DR on you for so long as you have a regrowth hot, rampant growth, if you have Life Bloom on you, which I think you will, if you have Life Bloom on you and you cast regrowth on anybody else, it's going to splash a Life Bloom or a regrowth on you, meaning you're going to spend a bunch of time with a regrowth on you without really trying to spend a lot of time with a regrowth on you. It'll just be there. All right. So if I do that and then cast on the dummy, where is, yeah, okay, so protective growth. Does it go away as soon as my regrowth falls off? Yes. Okay, so for so long as you have a regrowth hot on you, you get 8% damage reduction in the Keeper of the Grove tree. You will have a regrowth on you most of the time in any kind of heavy damage situation, because you should have virtually permanent Life Bloom uptime, and you should be casting regrowth at least often enough that let me pull this up, by the way. You should be casting regrowth at least often enough that it keeps the hot on you. And if you're playing, I don't know that you will, but if you play Thriving Vegetation, that also increases regrowth duration by another 6 seconds if you put 2 points in that. So that, combined with the base 12 seconds, would give you 18 seconds. Every time you cast regrowth, you will put an 18-second 8% DR on yourself. You'd have to try not to have that 8% DR on you. In Mythic Plus, do I keep Life Bloom on the same 2 targets? I virtually always keep it on myself. On Trash, I usually keep it on myself and tank, assuming the tank's taking any amount of damage. Then on like bosses or trash pulls where there's like a lot of AoE damage, then me plus whoever I think the squishiest person in the group is. This season, that's usually been Og. What weapon is going to be Abyss on Druid? I would say you're definitely going to want to use one of the cantrip weapons, so the stuff from Mirdrasil. Then the question is whether you want to use Dreambinder or Vakash. I think Vakash is more damage, or at least more like priority damage. It's a single target compared to Dreambinder being AoE. So my suspicion is you'll eventually end up using Vakash if you care about damage. The catch is a one-hander and a two-hander cost the same amount of bullion off of the vendor. So there is a question, I guess, of how important is the extra damage from Vakash for you? Because if you don't buy a two-hander off the vendor, you're going to have to then buy another offhand, or you're going to have to get a max level offhand somewhere, which isn't necessarily hard. I think there's several of those offhands. Like if we look through the raid, I know Vault has one offhand that you would be okay playing. Actually, a couple. So there's the Haste Mastery offhand off of Council. There's the offhand of Dethea. This is Haste Verse. So there's a couple that drop from Vault. Aberrus has a Haste Mastery offhand from Echo and a Crit Haste, which is not great, from Experiments. And then Amir still has the one off of Council. So there's some opportunities to get offhands there. But if you're looking to maximize the value of your bullions, there's certainly a case to be made that getting two 480 or what, 528, getting two 528 items essentially by buying a two-hander with your first bullion is worth more than the probably minor damage increase from Vakash to the Nimue staff. So that might be a thing where early in the season you buy Dreambinder. Like with your first purchase, you buy Dreambinder, then you buy the trinkets you want, and then once you have the trinkets you want, then in like week, whatever, 8, you come back and buy Vakash if you haven't gotten it yet. Because that will probably be a relatively small upgrade. It will be strictly for damage, and honestly, the eye level difference going from whatever eye level you have in your offhand to 528 is probably going to offset some of the gain that you would get in damage from going from Nimue to Vakash. So it really just depends on how highly you value the damage proc from Vakash, which is not, I mean, this season, the difference between Iridol and anything else was very big. Like, Iridol's fucking huge on single target. And it gave you haste verse. Vakash is very mastery heavy, which is not ideal. And I don't think there's any bosses, like at least in season 3 there was Iridicron, where you got like massive value from Vakash because the boss is like always above 90% health, so you're just proccing your weapon constantly on it. I don't think any such boss exists in any other dungeon. I don't think there's any other boss where it just sits at high health the whole time. So you wouldn't have any fight like that. Right? I think that's right. Hang on, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Do I honestly think the 5% nerf is going to make a difference. So the thing about nerfs is, or buffs, is they only matter in the context of everything else. If, for instance, if Druid got buffed by 1,000%, but every other healer got buffed by 5,000%, you would probably not be celebrating a 1,000% buff. You would probably be really fucking mad, which would seem strange in isolation if you just said, hey, Drew is getting buffed by 1,000%. It's fucking bullshit. People probably be like, well, that's odd. Shouldn't you be happy? And you go, no, because everybody else is getting buffed by 5,000%. So what the fuck? When season 4 starts, Druid will be getting 5% nerf. Mistweaver will be getting nerfed by 13%. And Disc Priest will be getting nerfed by a little less than 1%. That's the competition for Druid right now is Mistweavers and Disc Priests. Mistweaver's getting cranked way fucking harder than Druid is. And Disc Priest is taking a small haircut. But I don't think even at this point, I don't think Disc Priest was an incredibly good healer in keys. Really, aside from the Chinese, I don't think you really saw many teams playing with Disc Priest. And so the 5% nerf to Druid, I mean, 5% is 5%, but there's other healers that got hit way harder than that. And none of the legitimate competition got buffed. That's the other thing. Oftentimes when you have something like this, you'll see like Druid gets a 5% nerf, but then also Holy Paladin or Preservation Invoker or Resto Shaman get something that pushes them up. So you have both Druid coming down and somebody else coming up. And then the question is, was that enough to propel the other class past Druid? But in this case, Druid comes down a little bit, but the other people that are competing with it for spots in the keys came down. I mean, Mistweaver came down a lot more, and Disc Priest came down a little bit. So I don't think anything would necessarily change in that respect. And I think that one of the biggest weaknesses for Druid relative to some other healers is that it struggles with spot healing. And that's where the trinket selection from this coming season, season 4, will, I think, help Druid out more than it otherwise would have. There's a couple things that are going to be nice for Druid this season, trinket-wise. The first is that we will have access to Ward again, which is going to be a very useful absorb trinket to keep people alive. So as you push up higher in keys, to the extent that people need something to live through a one-shot, you'll be able to provide that. And some of the other healers are better at things like that with their healing profile. Like, for instance, when Holy Paladin was really good in Season 2 with Daybreak, for instance, it could, like, slam Holy Shocks into somebody to keep them alive through single target. It had very strong single target cooldowns if it wanted. Similarly, Monk this season, especially with its two-piece, the ability to put like Soothing Mist on somebody, like a Renewing Mist, and then just start slamming Enveloping Mist, Vivify into them. You could just fucking tunnel healing into one person. And Druid doesn't necessarily have that healing profile. So if there's a thing where Druid has to keep somebody alive through sustained damage, something like, for instance, Soul Thorns on Tree Boss, it was a little bit easier, I think, for like a Monk to just immediately swap to whoever got Soul Thorns, Soothing Mist, boom, 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 just like pound that person with healing. Druid had to do a little bit more setup. Had to roll a few more hots, and it was a bit harder to heal that person on command like that. So something like Ward is very nice for healing checks like that. Or for instance, third boss in Throne. The person gets Flame Shock. You don't know who it's going to be. You have to instantly be able to react to that. It's difficult to do that with the Druid healing profile. And a trinket like Ward is really nice for if you like fall behind, somebody gets the Flame Shock, you're like, oh shit. Boom, you slap Ward on him, gives you some breathing room to catch up. So I think this trinket will help Druid's healing profile. And then the other nice thing about this season is we have several damage trinkets that scale with haste now. And we haven't had that since season 1. The last 2 seasons, the damage trinkets have been haste like agnostic. They don't give a shit about how much haste you have because you've been playing either like Belorlos, which is, it doesn't matter how much haste you have on this trinket, it comes up once every 2 minutes. So you wanted to be running like a crit verse. You want to be running like crit versus stats to make this hit harder. Or you were playing like Barak as a source of damage. Again, it comes up once every minute and a half. Doesn't matter how much haste you have. It pulses every 3 seconds, no matter how much haste you have. So haste doesn't do shit for this trinket. Or you might be running Augury. Again, you do more damage as your crit goes higher. That one may actually have been advantaged by haste. I'm not sure. But it also leaned heavily on your crit, and Druid doesn't run much of that. And then the season before that, we had Aberrus, where the trinkets you were running were probably Chromatic Essence to buff your teammates, and then Beacon, which is a 2.5 minute cooldown. It does not give a shit how much haste you have. So the DPS trinkets we've been running for the last couple seasons, we are stacking the shit out of haste, has not done anything to really help our trinket use. This season, coming up, season 4, the far and away best damage trinket right now is Tome, which will be a PPM trinket where haste will help you. You will proc this more often as your haste goes up. So we will finally get a trinket that advantages us. And then if you plan on running 2 DPS trinkets, you could also run Rage Feather from Nokud, which is another trinket that scales with haste. So both having access to Ward and having access to DPS trinkets that actually get some value out of the secondary that we stack the shit out of are things that work in Druid's favor. And then the other big thing is I don't know that any of the other Druid specs right now are looking especially competitive in keys. I mean, Moonkin's kind of always there. It's always at least decent. But Guardian Druid suffers from the same affliction that every other tank does right now that's not Vengeance, which is that it's not Vengeance. And I think Boomkin is not anything amazing this season. I don't think you're going to be seeking it out in the comp. And we have yet to really see a meta where you weren't trying to get a Druid buff in the mix somehow. So I think Resto will be the most likely candidate to get a Druid buff in the group. Just tried Priest and Druid. You die a lot more on Priest. Are they that much weaker to all damage? Depends on the content. I actually think Priest is probably a bit tankier in keys relative to Druid. Because you are able to keep like flash heal on yourself for the 10% DR pretty frequently, and you're, I think, trying less to like spam healing the whole time. What Druid has working to its advantage in Raid, which I think makes it tankier, is in Raid you're keeping Life Bloom on yourself all the time for photosynthesis, and very few things in Raid are going to one-shot you at this point unless you misplay. So as long as you don't fuck a mechanic up on Druid, your health is probably going to be relatively higher than a lot of other people's health values, because if you're running Leech and you're keeping Life Bloom on yourself all the time, your health's going to keep moving up pretty quickly, and you're less likely to get killed by sort of incidental chip damage. Whereas on a Priest, I think there's a lot less periodic self-healing going on with Disc. Certainly if you're in the middle of your ramp, you're going to be doing a shitload of Leech healing. But whereas Druid has like Life Bloom on itself all the time, it has Ysera's Gift contributing to its health value. And usually like a bunch of hots just kind of, if you have like Efflow down, that's going to be pulsing healing on people to proc your Leech, shit like that. I think Priest has more windows where it's like not doing any real self-healing, and so you're more likely to die in those windows. Factor meals were actually hella good. Yeah, we we left the factor on a reorder longer than we meant to. We got one more round of factor meals than we had intended, and because we forgot that we had it on, we got random meals this time instead of ones that we chose. So they just sent us whatever the hell was in the rotation, which was not stuff I would have normally chosen myself. What did we eat? There was one that was like chicken thighs, and one that was there was like a pork chop and some kind of ground beef with cheese and something else. Not the typical fare I would order, but every one of them I was like, I would eat that shit again. Don't factor meals have an ungodly amount of sodium? I didn't check. It's probably likely. Anytime you're trying to preserve food. Yeah, probably. But I'm not sure. I didn't look. Am I releasing season 4 Weekor update tomorrow? I actually don't know that I changed it. I don't know that anything has changed, but yeah, I can probably do a refresh of my Weekors. I've probably made small tweaks to it. Do we know about crest caps in season 4? I don't know that Blizzard said one way or the other, but if they were going to change the way that crest caps worked, I imagine that would have been a headline of their season 4 coverage. I imagine that would have been a thing like, well, crests uncapped, go fucking nuts, guys. Got a link to set I have for Renew, Hellstone, and Health Pot. Yeah, I need to upload that actually. That was a fork of another guy's Weekora. Wait, how is there another fucking liquid update? Wait, typo. I think I actually corrected this. I know what this typo is. I actually didn't correct this because I was worried that maybe it would be a dependency. I know what this typo is. I saw this when I was looking at it. He put Tazageth assignments. And I'll tell you right now, that's what this update's going to be. Oh, wait, there were 20 auras modified. Hmm. It's actually a lot more shit than I was expecting. All right. Do not update load conditions. I don't know why, but this Vault of the Incarnates weak aura pack has a bunch of shit that's checked to not load. And I don't know why. Because it's like the main stuff from the fights. It's like the icons and the bars on several of the fights are set to never load. And I'm like, what is the point of this weak aura pack if you're not showing me boss ability icons and bars? Did Druids farm for Unbound Changeling back at Shadowlands? I think so. What did I play in raids for Shadowlands? Let's see. I think you could play Elegy. You could play Ocular Gland. Oh, you played you played Shadowed Orb of Torment. And what about Nathria? Nathria. I think you played Hymnal. But yeah, you probably played like Hymnal and Changeling, I think. Is there anything else that you would have played here? Maybe Solia's in the last season. Oh, there was also what was the one from Thea? Soul Letting Ruby. I think season 1 you played Soul Letting Ruby and Changeling, unless you had the Hymnal. I'm remembering right. I think you played Ruby and Changeling until you got Hymnal, and then maybe you mixed in Hymnal. Then in season 2, I think you played Gland and Orb. You played Orb no matter what for the mastery, and then it was either like Gland or Changeling. I think Gland may have been slightly stronger, but had the downside that if you drop below 50%, it like removes stats. So when you needed to do a lot of healing, it might actually be griefing you. And then in season 3, I think you played maybe like Elegy or Solia's plus. I think you might have even still played Orb in season 3, if I remember right. It was so much mastery. And then in season 4, I think you farmed Orb again. Oh, also, Amalgams came in at some point. There was a time walking where Amalgams was high enough level that I think you played that, now that I'm thinking about it. I remember Druids being sweaty as fuck and farming that, and it was gross. How do I use Convoke for DPS or healing? Both, just depends. Oh yeah, sorry, the weak aura. Yeah, I got fucking sidetracked. Okay, okay, what was that thing called? Uh, That's not what I wanted to import. That's the whole string. I just want to link the URL. Okay. So did that? Okay, that took care of that buff. Did that fuck with any of my load conditions? God damn it, it did it again. See, this is what I'm talking about. The Taros icons here. These icons, it has this check to set, or it has it set to load never. This is like the main shit from a weak aura pack. If I download a weak aura pack for raid, this part, Taros icons, this is like 90% of what I want from your weak aura pack. Is the thing that tells me when abilities are coming and like what they are. I have no idea why this is checked to load never. And they do this on other bosses too, I think. It's the other one. No, okay, at least these seem like they're... I thought I told this not to update my load conditions. All right, seems good. Isn't some kind of custom code that dynamically loads it? But some of the bosses were like, it was like 2 or 3 bosses were not loaded, and then the other ones were. It wasn't like every one of these was checked to never on the icons. Some of them were, some of them weren't. What if they uploaded a version that had it disabled if when they realized it wasn't useful? I mean, but again, it's like, why only some of the bosses? And there were times where I think the very first iteration of this weak aura pack that got released had, for instance, like raid frame glows, I think disabled for everybody. And they've at least gone back and checked it for only healers, but I can sort of understand how that happens. Or it's a thing that's like, all right, most people in the raid probably don't care about raid frame glows, so we're going to turn it off, and then you can selectively go in and enable it if you want. But the fucking icons, like, that's like the... that's like why I'm downloading this pack. The season 4 live. When is the reset? Well, it's not happened yet. But I'm on EU. Hoping I make it a 4K season. Yeah, we talked a little bit about as a team. Part of the problem was the tank we'd been playing with had exams this week, so he couldn't push. So we were playing with a new tank this week, and that's not great. But honestly, even last week when we were playing with our tank on the tyrannical push week, we weren't doing the level of dungeons that you would need to do to hit 4K. It was obvious that we were kind of hitting a wall. I think part of the problem for us was in order to hit 4K, I think you had to lean strongly into the 4 DPS stuff. And we really struggled with that. And I think the reason why we struggled with that is because as a team, our shot calling isn't great. We don't do a particularly good job of coordinating CCs. And when you have a healer, that's not as big of a deal because as long as you stop the big casts, a lot of times if smaller ones go off, that's fine. The healer can cover that. When you're playing 4 DPS, you got to stop like everything or else you're fucked. Like when spellcasts start going off, you don't recover from that very quickly. Your health is very precious. And if your group isn't really good about coordinating kicks and CCs and you start letting casts go off, you just wipe. Or you start having people like die and run back, and at that point, why the fuck are you even 4 DPSing? And so I think we were never really able to have clean runs in our 4 DPS keys. We really struggled with consistency. And that's the probably most important part of being a strong push team is you can't fuck up the lower keys. You know, it's one thing if your group needs a few attempts on whatever the highest key level you're going for is. If you're trying to get a 33 at all, if you don't walk in and one bang the 33, that's fine. But you have to be able to get more 33s. As long as you can consistently generate the higher level keys that you're going for, you should be fine. But you know when you're in trouble when you're trying to get a 33 at all and you deplete it and you go into the 32 and you deplete that because you fucked it up. And then you do the 31 and like maybe you even deplete the 31 because of mistakes. And when you start having sessions like that, you're never going to push consistently. Like you have too many opportunities to waste time like that. And our team just didn't play as much. Like I think most of our days were between 5 to 7 hour push sessions, where a lot of the teams, like the teams that were pushing 4K, their push weeks were like 12-hour days. And when you just play the dungeons less often, then all the mistakes are even more impactful, because if you can't get back to the dungeons and your day is fairly limited on time, you're just never going to get the opportunities. Would I prefer Blizzard got rid of deplete punishment? Yeah. I think depletion is a shitty mechanic. Well, I'll be very curious today to see how difficult the raids are this season, the Awakened raids. I hope they're fucking easy. I really don't want to spend a lot of time reprogging these raids. What's the best Loa for a Zandalari Druid? Oh, shit. I don't even remember. I think there's one that procs stats. Is the Mythic Druid form a Dragonflight mount? Yes. No, sorry. I just now understand what you meant by Dragonflight mount. No. The flight form is not. Now there's the separate mount that you can ride, and that is. But the Druid form is not. It's just a regular flight form. How to make sure Convoke doesn't cast cat abilities? You can't. It will always mix in a few. The stuff like Thrash or Rake, doesn't matter what form you cast it in, you're going to get a few of those. Unless you cast it from range, I guess, maybe. If you're standing out in the middle of nowhere with no mob within even like 20 yards of you, maybe it wouldn't cast that. I can't remember. So maybe try standing really far away from enemies if you want to make sure that you get as few cat abilities as possible. What class am I rating on? Probably Druid. Just because I expect to be doing Mythic Plus on it. Last year I was willing to play what I thought was going to be best for the raid because I thought that Druid was in a pretty bad spot and Disc Priest looked like it was going to be strong as fucking raid. And so I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm kind of griefing if I play Druid this tier. But now Druid and Disc Priest HPS I think are going to be pretty similar. And I mean, Disc Priest will still be the better raid spec because it contributes a lot of damage. But this season, I don't care. I'm not. My amount of caring is depleted, and I'm just gonna play whatever I want to play in keys. But I am kind of sad because I did feel like I had gotten to the point on Disc Priest where I was actually kind of good. Like I knew what I was doing. So it'll be a shame to not get to enjoy the fruits of that labor. But for a faded season, CBA. Yeah, like, see, this is okay. This is what was annoying about us wiping on Farak every time last night. Is this was our 10% wipe in phase 3 on Farak. If we didn't choke at the end of the fucking fight, this was going to be a 90th percentile parse. What was it going to be on damage? Yeah, a 90th percentile HPS parse, a 91st percentile, 91st percentile DPS parse. It would have been nice to, because my Farak kills were dog shit parses. It would have been nice to end the season with a Farak kill where we had an actual good parse as Disc Priest. That would have felt like a culmination of my tiers efforts. How many times we cleared it? Well, we re-cleared it one time. And that was I don't even know how long ago that was. When was the last time? Was it this that we killed it? Tendril. No. It was... Oops. This is, I think, where the wiping began. Yeah. Okay, so it was even longer ago than that. Where the fuck was our last Farak kill? Is it this? Yeah. March. No, February. Wow. February 29th? Is that really the last time we killed it? That can't be right, can it? Smolderon. Although now that I'm looking at this shit. Well, where was our first kill, I guess, then, if that's... Yeah, first kill was February... No, that's February 29th. So where was... Oh, here we go. Okay, so the first time we killed it was February 15th. Then we took kind of a break that week, maybe? No, I guess we didn't even really take a break that week. We just wiped on Tendril the whole time. Because they hadn't nerfed... This was before the Tendril nerfs. So we couldn't re-clear Tendril. Then they nerfed it, and we came in and killed Farak again on February 29th. And then from February 29th on, I think we took a 2-week break at some point. I think there was maybe like right here, I think we took a 2-week break. I think we killed it here, couldn't re-kill it here. Took a 2-week break, came back. I don't even know that we attempted it this week. Couldn't kill it here. Or here, or here, or here, or here, or here. But yeah, on the last kill that we got on Farak, my HPS was 248, which is dog shit. And then I was finally going to put up a 300-something thousand HPS parse, but we just can't finish the boss. And if I remember right, I think I had a similar pull. Yeah, we got it down to 2% Thursday and couldn't kill it. And I think my HPS dropped off at the end of this fight. I think I just... Like, I think if we would have killed it at 907... How much HPS would this have been? 288? Yeah, still not great. I guess not one of my better pulls. But yeah, like here, we wipe at 15% in phase 3. I'm doing 325,000. Like, how in the fuck? Why can't we kill it here when I'm vibing with a 93 parse? And a 96th percentile DPS parse. This is going to be fucking awesome. Was it scary when I went from law to full-time streaming? Well, it would have been if I was doing anything with my law degree. When I started streaming, I was being a fucking neat, basically. Although I guess it's not neat because I had a law degree, but I was just vibing at home for a few years. I got fired from my last job. I had saved up enough money. I didn't have to work for a while. I was like, I'm just gonna live off my savings until I can't anymore. Because I really don't want to get a job. Fuck having a job. So I just lived with my dad for a few years. and started playing WoW more, and then kind of started streaming just as a hobby. And here we are. Oh, is this the end of this mix? Yeah, it is. Dude, this mix is so good at the end. God damn, dude. There's there's some songs where it legit feels like somebody just plugs like dopamine into the back of your head. I wish the scientists could figure out how to like synthesize that, like whatever that reaction is to music that like resonates with you. If you could figure out how to develop a drug that simulated that feeling, sign me up for that shit. It's called drugs. Yeah, I guess maybe they do. Maybe that is every drug. I don't know. Uh I will confess that we've never done any of the hard drugs. So yeah, maybe that's exactly what fucking heroin feels like, or MDMA. Heroin is lit. Yeah, I think that's the problem. There's actually there's a dude on Reddit from like 10 years ago, I think, or something, who basically chronicled his descent into heroin addiction and was like defiant the entire time that he was doing it, that oh, I'm not going to get addicted. You know, it's like he starts by talking about, he posts a few times about, oh, I tried heroin for the first time, but you know, I'm a grown up, like it's fine, I'll just do it once just to see what it's like. And then he posts again afterwards and he's like, yeah, it was actually really nice, but you know, that's fine, I did it one time and the that'll be that. And then you can just read his like post history of like, yeah, well, okay, yeah, okay, I did it again this weekend, but it was because I was bored. And uh you know, not like I'm fucking addicted, so I've only done it 2 times, like I'm not addicted to it. I just use it recreationally, and it's fine. And then within like a couple years of that, there were like updates on his Reddit. It was like, yeah, so I'm homeless now. I'm actually nearing rock bottom. And then I think he posted a few times afterwards, after he got like clean and had made it through recovery. And it really is just the like height of arrogance to see accounts like that, where somebody's goes into it being like, I'm for sure not going to get addicted to it, then watch them get hardcore addicted to heroin, ruin their life with it, and then decide like, no, I actually could do that. Like that guy just fucked it up. I'm sure that he's just an idiot. I'll do heroin much more responsibly than he did. And yeah, I think that's the scary part about heroin for me is, you know, if you try it and it is amazing. Like I don't know what the upside to that is. If you try heroin and it's fucking incredible, well now what kind of position have you put yourself in? Cool. So now I've experienced this amazing thing in my life that, you know, some kind of bliss that I'll never be able to achieve without the aid of drugs. And my two options are to either continue doing it and become like a shell of a person, or walk away from it forever, knowing that that sensation is out there whenever I want it, but denying myself that pleasure for the rest of my life. And that doesn't seem like a great choice at all. I'd rather be ignorant of what drugs feel like. Easy to do when the OxyContin epidemic was going on. Yeah, uh I, I got my wisdom teeth out when I was in, I think it was like my freshman year of college or something. And I remember we got Oxy prescribed. It was both my sister and I got our wisdom teeth out on the same weekend. And we both just sat in recliners. I actually watched a lot more Sex in the City than I ever wanted to because both my sister and I were in the recliner and she had the remote and I was too fucking out of it to even like move. And so she turned on Sex in the City and just started binge watching it, and I didn't want to get up and leave, so I just sat there watching it too. I think we made it through like 2.5 seasons that weekend. Anyway, I don't remember being especially enamored of the effects of OxyContin. I didn't remember it being anything. You know, it was like a painkiller, sure, but I don't remember feeling like any kind of additional effects from it. And I consider that sort of a blessing because I had wondered before I took it. I was like, am I going to have some kind of experience? But no, I took it and it, you know, felt like super Advil, and that was about it. And I was like, all right, actually, that's probably good. I had no desire to use any more of it once the pain was gone. The one, the the drugs that I might be open to trying at some point would be like the psychedelics. Um, Only because of like the scientific research that's coming out talking about how transformative those can be. And I wouldn't be worried about getting addicted to them. Um, but realistically, I don't think I ever will. But I think those would be the only ones that I don't think I'd have any temptation. If somebody walked up to me at a party and was like, yo, dude, I got a bag of Coke. You want to go slam it in the bathroom? Be like, nah, I think I'm set. Thanks. But if there was an opportunity for psychedelics in like a safe space, might consider it. probably try Molly. Yeah, I should say MDMA maybe also. I've never been to a music festival, but if I went, there'd probably be a strong desire to mix those experiences. Can I recommend what I feel like are safe picks for season 4 if you want to get invited to Keys? I think the same thing in season 3. Druid, Monk, Priest, probably. DPS most likely Shadow Priest. I think a lot of DPS picks are the same from season 3 as well. I think Shadow Priest still looking good. Mage has taken a step back in terms of its personal DPS, but it still provides a lot of valuable things to a group that has a Demon Hunter and a Shadow Priest in it. Mage will still fit very well with that. I think AUG is still very good. I suspect that the comp that my group is going to test out this reset, what we were playing around with on PTR, was just exchanging the mage for a warlock, because Freak loves playing warlock, and warlock looks like it's going to do a shitload of damage this season. So you will lose the mage buff. Yeah, like you'll lose int. You'll gain health stones and maybe some gateway skips. And then warlock is just going to do more damage than mage will on its own. And the question is, does the 5% int buff get outweighed by the differential between warlock and mage? Lust, you'll get that from AUG. You actually don't really give a shit about mage lust at all in Keys right now with meta comps, because the mage is sending his personal lust whenever he wants. So a lot of times the AUG is lusting no matter what, because you, like, the mage will be like, fuck, lust is on CD. You know, lust will be ready for the group on pull, but the mage's lust is going to be another minute off. So you, like, maybe the first lust of the dungeon the mage can do, and then after that, I feel like there's a strong chance it's going to be the AUG that's lusting anyway. What tank is going to be the play between DH, Baron, Pallet? DH. Without more tuning, there's no discussion. It's just DH. And Pugs, you have to lust to 5 minutes, even if the pull is 3 miles. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of familiar. I do the same thing with Heart of the Wild. I try to Heart of the Wild with lust, and then Heart of the Wild's a 5 minute CD. So there's a lot of times where, like, I Heart of the Wild on a good lust pull, and then I just have to slam Heart of the Wild again after 5 minutes, because I know it's going to be up. I know we're going to lust on CD, and I want Heart of the Wild to be up, and I don't want to lose a use of it. So I'll just press it as soon as it pops up, which sometimes is like, yeah, with 2 mobs at the end of a pull, as we're getting ready to, you know, spend 20 seconds waiting for RP. Do I think Dwarf or Night Elf race will have more value? I'm not sure. Dwarf is definitely going to be more valuable in Season 4 than it was in Season 3. But I don't really remember how much use Night Elf got in Season 2, because I was playing Paladin. Let's see. What can you meld on Veximus? I don't think you can meld anything here. I don't think you can meld anything here. You could dwarf the bleed, so this is probably a point in favor of dwarf. I don't think you can meld or dwarf anything on this fight. And I don't think you can meld or dwarf anything on this fight. You might be able to meld some trash stuff in this dungeon. Like maybe you could meld the Ravagers when they do their fixate leap thing. No, I evolved. When this dude goes to leap on you, maybe you can like meld that, but you're probably going to be moving to LOS anyway. Or if like a monotonous lecture goes on you and you don't have a stop for it, but I doubt it. So probably dwarf in Academy. You could dwarf the Frenzy on this boss. I don't know if you can dwarf anything else in here. Or I don't know if you can meld anything on this boss. Maybe the Marked for Butchery. You could probably meld that. So I think both of these have some value on this boss. I don't think you can dwarf or meld anything on this. Oh. That's why Dorky had that in his pack. Fuck, I was looking at the wrong mob. I just now realized. Oops. Did I delete Gushing Ooze from my... I think I did. I thought it was a different thing. Yeah, I did. Shit. Okay. I see now what he was trying to track. Okay. Where's Brackenhide? Wait, I was the dungeon journal I was looking at. Gushing Ooze. Does that show as a... Can I link it in chat? God damn it. Can I not mouse over that and get the spell ID? Fuck. And then it doesn't even show it here. God damn it. Okay. I give up. What is it, Wowhead? Not good shot. Tree mouth. There we go. 381770. All right. Okay, so I don't think you might be able to... no, never mind. I don't think you can use either on this. Maybe you could meld hyenas on this. Or... I guess dwarf the bleed if the hyenas get to you. And then I don't think you can use either on this guy. The short answer is I don't know how useful meld is on bosses this season. I don't think it does anything here. I don't think it does anything here. I mean, anything super useful. Or here. Or here. Meld is good for Forge Master. Forgot about that. You can meld Forge Master's thing if he fixates you with it. I don't think you can meld Chargath. I think you can meld Magma Tusk's spray. I don't think there's anything to meld here. Other than maybe the fixate mob you can meld it, but it probably fixates again after that. I don't know. So this actually, I think there's actually some decent value in meld for Neltheris. Ruby, I don't think you meld anything. Azure Vault. I don't think there's anything to meld on bosses in there. Oldemon. Maybe you can meld the Lost Dwarves shit. Like if he's going to shield you. I can't remember if meld cancels it or if he just casts it on somebody else. I don't think there's anything to meld on Bromok. I don't think there's anything to meld on Telandris or Emberon or Deos. So, yeah, I don't know that there's anything crazy. I mean, when you compare it to like season 3, like meld is insane for Ridicron. It's insane for Blight. It is really nice for Razan. You can use it to cancel some casts on Triad, I guess. You can use it to cast or cancel the Rotten Expulsion. Guess there's not that much in that. Oh, you can use it to on last boss to get him, make him use his ability before, or make him buff you before he uses his ability. You can meld Xavius's casts. That's really nice, especially if you get rid of Nightmare Bolt, so you don't have to have the stupid silence thing on you. Can meld some casts on Ancient Protectors. And actually, I don't know if there's much you meld in here. But yeah, there were some uses for meld this season that were like really fucking big. I don't know if there's going to be anything like that next season. Disintegrate, you can. Oh yeah, forget. Yeah, you are right. Third boss in Azure Vault, you can meld Disintegrate. Although, I actually, if I remember right, I think I didn't want to meld that because I think if you meld that, he flies back to the middle sooner. I think if I remember correctly in season 1, I wanted the group to always sit the Disintegrate because it was a few extra seconds of the boss being down on the platform. So I actually just told them like, no, don't meld it. I'll heal you through it. Yeah, then I would say the biggest value for meld next season is probably the Anvil, Forge Master, and Neltheris, or Magma Tusk. Being able to meld those abilities, especially the Forge Master one, because it cancels it for everybody. It's RNG. You have to get picked by him to be the person that can meld it. But yeah, if you cancel one of those, it was really, really nice. It'll be a dwarf season. I don't know. You also have to keep in mind that all of season 1 dungeons, we never had an Augvoker if you weren't playing with a Preservation Evoker. So I think there were some dungeons where bleeds were a problem in season 1 where they will no longer necessarily be a problem. What up, Danny? Is season 4 shorter than the ones before? I think the expectation will be yes. Blizzard, I think, has said that they're planning on having War Within launched by end of summer. And assuming we're using the literal definition of summer, then that means that late September is probably... Technically, it could launch into like early October, I think, but... somewhere in here. So that's giving us 4.5 months, 5 months, maybe. So yeah, I don't think it'll be super short. I mean, I don't think we're looking at like a 3-month season or anything, but I think it'll be a month or two shorter than what we would normally get in a season. And realistically, we are probably gonna have a season where, if alpha starts to ramp up, you're probably gonna have a lot of people that fuck off to alpha for stretches of time. Actually, I don't know why I logged in here. I'm not gonna do anything. I hate that like every add-on's broken. Even like my Skada shows how much damage I'm doing, but you can't break it down. If you try to click on it, it just goes blank. So you can see what your overall is, but you can't, or you can see how much your total damage is, but you can't see by what source, which sort of defeats the purpose. Recount's not working for me at all anymore. Weakors throws a Lua error every second. Oh, there's a new version of details. Oh, we're probably going to get a fucking ton of add-on updates today. Just realized that. Wait, no? It says there's a details update, but I don't see that. It seems fake. Why are you telling me that there is a details update, game? Oh, wait. No, there is one, but CurseForge isn't showing me as being able to... It's a little weird. Well, fuck it. I'm going to install it. Reload. I think the first electronic music album I ever bought was Paul Oakenfold. And there's some trance stuff that like really just summons some memories. Oh, dude, I just want to send some fuck around dungeons, but not like that fuck around dungeon, you know? Yours was ATB. Yeah, that era will always remind me of going to digitally imported FM, which was maybe the best internet radio station of all time. It was so like ahead of its time. How do you find a real push group? Well, now you've stumbled upon the core struggle of every Mythic Plus player since the dawn of time. How do you find a real push group? And therein lies the rub. The answer is probably be lucky. The guys I've been playing with over the last couple months, I stumbled into the situation because they had been playing with a different druid, and that druid quit. And that druid messaged me like the day before he was going to quit, and he was like, yo, do you want my spot in my push group? And I was like, and we started playing together. And it's hard to craft any kind of sage wisdom for a scenario like that. Have somebody quit the game and ask you to replace them is the secret to finding a push group. But yeah, I would say the thing about finding a push group is it's not necessarily all that dissimilar to any networking thing in life. I mean, in a lot of ways, you sort of boil it down to like, how do I meet people? Which is what everybody struggles with in adulthood. This is just a specific sort of example of it. But when you look at groups, like when you look at push groups, I wouldn't necessarily say that every dude in a push group is the best player of that particular spec that team could find. A lot of times it's just because you got 5 guys that vibe with each other. Like you have fun, you communicate well, you play the right specs or have a willingness to re-roll to the right spec. You have similar schedules. A lot of times it's just you got to find a group that likes you and you like them, and but it's like no different than the advice I would give for just meeting people in general. You got to put yourself out there. It's a two-way street. You know, there's a lot of people that when it comes to stuff like making groups, they focus on how they focus on like other people's actions. I didn't get invited to the group. They didn't hit me up to play. And that's sort of a victim mentality, and it's largely irrelevant. It doesn't really fucking matter whether or not they did something or they didn't. If you didn't put effort into finding the group, then you're leaving it up to somebody else all the time. So you'll find that a lot of dudes that are constantly playing with a group are dudes who just message people all the fucking time. They're just every day they're logging in and they're opening up their friends list and they're just going, yo, keys, yo, keys, 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 keys. And when you're persistent like that and aggressive, sometimes you just land in a group because they didn't have the energy to tell you no. You like put them on the spot. They weren't necessarily going to invite you. You weren't their first pick, but you made it weird for them to say no. You know, it's like, hey, you guys got a healer? And it's like, well, fuck, we don't really have a healer. Cool, you want to play? Well, I didn't really want to invite you, but it would be really weird now if I said no and we don't have anybody else to play with. So yeah, fuck it, I guess. Come on, we'll do some keys. And then once you're in the group, it's like hard to kick you out. So a lot of it is just you have to be constantly trying to sort of manufacture those opportunities. If you really want to push, and maybe some people don't care enough to put in that level of effort. But if you are really truly invested in finding a new push group, you got to treat it like you're finding like a new job. You know, just be applying. Put yourself out there. And follow up. Just be asking all the time. And if you're the kind of person that views that as like, oh, I'm being annoying, I'm being a pest, well, how bad do you want to be in the group? Messages take your opportunities when they come. To an extent, but like that's, I mean, a lot of people, that's the end of it for them. They're just like, yo, I wish I had the opportunity to play with a push group, but the opportunity's never there. Nobody ever asks me. And it's like, cool, did you ask somebody else? Well, no. Well, how do you think the push groups get started? You think there's just groups of 4 people that log into the game together and then ask random 5th people? You got to get in. You got to get in on that ground level. Like, be involved in the formation of the group. And that's like when I used to push all the time with Shaq. I mean, we'd have days where it would just be like the 2 of us would log in. And we'd mess each other, be like, yo, when you want to start? We're like, I don't know, 15 minutes? Okay, cool. And then we join a group together, and then we just go down the friends list. Who's online? You had guys that if they were on, you invite them first every time. You know, that season it was like Mitt and Marv. So like Shaq and I join the group. We'd look, is Mitt online? Yep, invite. Marv online? Yep, invite. All right, we need a melee. Who's online? Let's see, Zongo, Deswin. Yeah. And then you just grab someone else. But most of that was just because we kept playing with the same people all the time. And if somebody messaged you early in the day, if you didn't have a 5th person in mind, and somebody else messaged you like, yo, you trying to play today? You might be like, yeah, fuck it, let's go. But if you're never messaging other people, if you're just expecting to be invited all the time, then realistically, you better be the best goddamn player in the world. If you're planning on just like hanging out and waiting for somebody else to invite you, you better be real confident that somebody wants to invite you. And I mean, I used to have that kind of sway, that kind of pull on North America. You know, throughout Legion and BFA, I could just sit in town all day and know that somebody was going to invite me. Like there was an invite coming for sure. Just log in, hang out for an hour, you'll get invited. I don't have that anymore. On EU, nobody gives a fuck that I'm j.b. And if I just hang out and wait for invites, they'll be few and far between. You got to message other people. Do I sometimes want to go back to US servers? I mean, I never really wanted to leave US. But it was a lifestyle choice. You know, I didn't want to be a streamer who played at night all the time. Like you can't be involved with your family if you play WoW from 2 p.m. till midnight. That's like no way to be in a family. I'm angry. Thank you for the resub, babes. 7 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the j.babes. And that's truly, I don't think there's any streamer out there who has a vibrant social life if the streamer's successful enough. If you want your stream to pop the fuck off, you just got to be on all the time. You got to prioritize that first. You got to play when the content's there. And that shit comes first in your life, and your loved ones come second, like every time. And some people are in relationships where that's fine. Like their significant other is just okay with that. But there was no way that like when I was streaming in NA, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, that lifestyle, nobody's gonna sign up for that shit in a relationship. But yeah, truthfully, I don't know how like some of the world first raiders and shit, especially the world first raiders that then turn around and do WoW esports. I don't know how any of them have relationships. They have to have like the most understanding significant others because they're just fucking gone for months at a time. Because that's why he struggles to have a relationship. Yeah, you got. I mean, I inherited an incredibly fortunate relationship with Shauna because we met through me streaming and she knew what the gig was. Like, I didn't have to hide any of that from her. I didn't have to explain any of it. It was just, I'm a streamer and she knew what that was and what that entailed. And that didn't mean she was necessarily okay with how much time I spent doing it, but she at least entered it with eyes wide open. And If I had to, if I had to explain that to like a new person who didn't really know what the deal was, that would be very awkward. And I imagine probably have a lot of moments where the other person was frustrated with how the relationship was progressing. What add-on shows people in Dungeon Finder? It is this. Same Mythic Plus trinkets as last season? No. I mean, you'll play, depending on what it is you want from your trinkets. For damage, I think you play Tome from Vault. For defensive trinkets, you play either Rage Heart if you're worried about living yourself, or I think more likely you're going to play Ward from Aberrus so that you could use on either yourself or other people. That's what I want to do. For pure throughput, I think you play like Icon. So let's play this shit. Fuck it. Zarya makes it work too, but he has a super understanding wife and sticks to a strict schedule. Yeah, I mean, like that's what, which is essentially what I do now. You just have to treat streaming like a 9-to-5 job. And in WoW, that's especially hard because a lot of your content relies on other people or like grouping up. I think it's, I would actually say it's probably easier with PvP because you have less teammates. You know, especially if you're doing like twos, it's just got to be one other guy. Mythic Plus, a lot harder. You have 4 teammates that you're trying to play around. For raiding, you got 19 other teammates. But yeah, you just basically have to say to yourself, like, this, you know, streaming is going to be a job. And I'm going to treat it like a job. And I'm going to have a start time and I'm going to have an end time. And after that, that's it. And it's hard, like it's hard to set those kinds of limits. God damn it, I forgot I'm still set my heart to BRH. Motherfucker. It's hard to set those kind of limits, and you'll feel tempted to break them frequently. Yo.
Yo, Jay.
Yo.
چونم تو همین ویروس همین
پیرامون تو پوزه.
حسودی کردی نذاشتی ما یه دونه اسکور بگیریم.
He doesn't really PvP anymore either. Dude, I wish that I liked classic WoW and SOD.
روز آخر
I feel like it would make content creation so much easier.
میریم رو پک آخر اینجای اون برا اون تحتا میبازیم بعد دوباره با همه این مسیر تو 29 بریم.
If you could find a way to stream not competitive shit and still do good numbers,
شما اطمینان ندارم.
fuck streaming competitive
خودم
shit
تکیه قرار بمیرم.
because then your content relies on you being good, like the best, and being the best requires a lot of work. If you can just find shit that you can play sort of casually and people just like hanging out and watching you goof around, oh my god, that's so much easier.
یک بیاریم سامش بدیم.
The problem is I get terminally bored
شو ابلیتی زدم.
from classic WoW.
نمیذاش ابلیتی بزنم. چرا جدیدا انقدر زیاد اینجوری میشه؟ مال شما میشه؟
I am flying exactly the opposite direction.
چیه؟
DC
دارم میگم که ریلود کردم ریکاورم نمیذاش ابلیتی بدم.
ویروس چقدر دیگه بریم؟ رفتی ران جایی؟
این دیگه.
کجا میری؟
آره 31 چیز آتال
بلدی مگه؟ شما که فقط 33-34 پوش ندادی وگرنه که دکتر جینا الان داشتم با تو کامپیت میکردم به جن افتان.
خدا وکیلی که نرفتم یه دونه 31 آتن هم رفتیم ریدن دیگه تقصیر من نبود.
میگم دکتر جینا به جایی که با نرف تانک کامپیت کنن با شایان کامپیت میکردن. اگه
یوداینا اووکر میخواستم به اسلش رو به تو نگفتم بیا برای تی جی پی.
چرا ولی متاسفانه من
I know some of these words.
خفه شو
یه سوال.
What language is this?
یعنی بیا تو پیت.
I've been told it's Persian.
Food gone to pit. Come and food to pit. نمیخوای برای مابیل لیسترینگ اسکیل
بریم یه دیپلیت سری بزنیم.
دیپلیت شد جرت میدم 7 میام در خونتون.
با دهلم اینجاست.
من بغل میدن
بذار
حالا نیاری. من کدومم؟
تو بغل کیپر شهریارم اولیه رو یه دونه انتراب میزنم بعد میرم گورم.
اولی بغل کیپرم خودت میزنی دیگه هم مهمو میزن. آره پخش زنده است.
به دیگه من بیلو بده
خفه خون بگیر سرم.
بیلو نمیدی؟
Shield 4.
سبن قویه رو بزن بیا دیگه اینا رو باید کال کنم حتما.
میگه من هانتام که همین شو درست انجام بدم.
کیر هانتام نیستی. کیر منم نیستی.
Shield 4.
I didn't take fucking roots.
باقی برام میدن افتاد.
یه لحظه شهریار یا فیلمادن کدومتون میزنین؟
من میزنم.
اوکی. شهریار اون یکی اورنج من استار.
یادش رفت انگلیسی حرف بزن. من کدوم رو بزنم؟ وای من مردم. نمردم. واه.
دهن تو ببن.
Sorry Jay, we just released our Shadow Pierce from Zoo, that's why he's making these noises.
By the way, I just now realized I don't have mass roots.
No, that's fine. I mean, you can go out after this bus.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
After the pack, you mean? After two
Yeah.
dragons. شهریار
اما تو از زور بردی
آه ببی اختیار تازه فهمیدم
میخواستم تمام کانورسیشن هم وسط حساس جای حساس روتیشن هم بودم نمیخواستم حرف بزنم من اینو انتراپ نمی کردم که دیپلیت شده بود.
انترا
اینتراپ.
انتراپ.
آقا من
اش
امروز
تازه
کلاس
مال شهریار
زبانم
رو-
رفتم. بعد میریم باز.
نه پک داریم الان این شارژ کنه میکشیم. اون تاکتیک تایره.
چه بیتی کسکش 7
من استار شهریار اورنج 7 چیز بنفش
من ندارم. دوباره
سایلنس
میگم.
کردم میاد 2 دقیقه دهن تو ببند دمت گرم کلمو که ایران
Just saying اگه هانتا بود الان نمیگفت دیپلیت بود. Just
یه
saying bro.
فلیر بده
Are we killing this pack before we go, boss?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go zone out right now.
آره.
گیم هم داره تیک میزنه What the hell سوسیس یه از وقتی این موسه رو ریختم 7 برات تو اینجوری نشده
نه هیچ مشکلی نه. پول دادی واقعا خریدیش؟ من باورم نمیشه.
نه بابا کرکی گرفتم ست باله
من پول دادم. اوی.
بریم
که تو واقعا ست باله
واقعا خب پولی بود. چرا
بذار
کرک دادم؟
دارم میرم بیارم.
بذار تا بیاد سوسیسمون
اومد.
آمد
آدم دارم میانم امیر.
منم دارم میام شهریار این ستا خیلی تیرید ندارم ها نریدم ایجادی
چی؟
میگم by the way I will solo soak the boss.
میبینی؟ با وایسم اینا رو بگیرم حالا
آره میزنم.
بل ماده استاکم را بالا خودت برده دیگه من کار نمیکنم
بالا چقدره برا تو؟ برا تو فکرم 10 با چاره
فعلا که ریست شد گیر منم نیستی به باسم
Dodge.
بردا
برداشتم یه
فرانتال؟
دورت رو
اوکی فرانتا
ندارم
من این ور باس خودم میگم اون ور باس کسی نیست تو میلی
میگیرم میدونم
7 پلیز 7 حیوان نباش.
من چه؟
اون توی انیمال
کدوم طرف رفت داخل؟
طرفت میلی
من
بود.
نمیدونم من یه ور میلی رو کال کردم بگیرید شهریار فرانتا
Dodge.
5, 4, 3,
سوکه
1.
Enter.
بیت
Dodge.
گیر منم نیستیم من جلوی باسم فیلم مادم تو عکس من وایسا اصلا اون ور نرو
Shield.
بذار اون ور شهریار رو صدا
more to the right. Thank you.
من اوکی دیگه
بذار من میگم تو که حیث نمیکنم.
گوه میخوری که من حیث نمیخوام کی همچی زری زد
پیرا گفته حیث نمیخواد.
ایرا تو کنست بیبیش خندید که ایرا
اون سبیبیش
5,
کنس بیبیش
3, 2.
تو که نشهری
ایرا منم نیستیم
دیدم تو دهنت.
اینو سوک میکنی دیگه درسته؟
نه هیچ فکر پر بود
فیلم مادم فرانتاله
داستان هست Don't worry be happy
4, 3,
ما میتونیم باسو بکشیم. نوکر.
آره بابا میتونم.
Enter.
و برو سریع بکش. من تو سیدیم.
برو خودت بکش
I
میگیره
am a bit dry and defensive that is certainly a Walter.
برو
رسکیو بگی
رسکیوت
Jay
میکنم
you will call my darkness or not
We can darkness first, probably.
okay
3, 2.
now stand
Yeah.
darkness
AoE.
حتی رو داشته باید. دوستان عزیز خب نصف قهرمان من یه تیکه هنو نخوردم یکی خوردم.
وقتی 3800 باشی دارکنست اینجوری میشه.
Give me some oil.
3, 2, 1. AoE. AoE.
گیر منم نیستی زبن.
چه کیلی داره میده پسر حاجی.
میگه عروس تعریفی گوزو در میدن تو.
3, 2,
میدونم حتی به سنت نمیرسه که من اینو بدونی ولی خب.
مغزش ایگنور کرد به نظرم.
درست که
گیر
اصلا
منم نیستی
نیازی
زبن.
نداره به هیچی.
AoE.
بی نیازه.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
دمیج اون اندازه کنه مرده پشما.
چون بدون دفنسیو اومدی. میگم بدون دفنسیو بدون سیدی چی اومدی.
گیر منم نیستیم. کیل شیدز کیل شیدز نرو. بیا بکش بعضی اسلام. سبب میری تالنت؟
آره دیگه میرم
کیرم.
سینگل تارگت کنم که شهریار ایوی کنم.
سبب از وقت جوکایی میگی ها.
What the fuck؟
ویروسو گرفتن.
جدی از فرانتال 3 روز بود رد شده بودم من. این
وقتی
فرانتال
3800 شدی اینجوری شدی ها.
آی بچه خر درونم بیدار شده.
شنیدین؟ درید؟
وایسا فعلا خر درونم بیدار
خیلی
شده.
خوب آزیون.
بشان یه صدا خرج سبنه.
بعد خفنه اولی شت.
گیر منم نیستین خودم اومدم.
چیز کنم
بیا داخل ها بیا
که تو
داخل.
گذاشتی.
بیا
بیام
تو سبن.
بیا
اجازه هست؟
بیا
من
تو
میخوام
میخوام
بکشم
کریر
نمیدونم.
بدم.
بولینگ
بیل اومد خودت بده.
3,
فلمنی
2,
فلمنی
1.
30
فیلم
ثانیه
منی؟
دیگه میاد فیلم اینو میگم.
بدونم.
منم گفتم
AoE.
گیر منم نیستی فیلمنی. منی؟
چی نمیگم شهریار میلو میده.
شهریار خایماله؟ چی میگی
ایرانی داشتم
شهریار؟
درباره
3,
چیز کلاس سبزی که دوست شهریاره حرف میزدم. این اونا هست تو چنل ما دارم گفتم.
اینجا که حالا نیست نه.
چی میگفتن؟
چیزای بعد پشمام ریخته بود. حتی خب تا حالا نشد. نه تا حالا نشد از چیز خوب بگن از کسی. سو بدونم کنم.
من 7م سبزی میارم پاک میکنم تو دیسکورد.
واه
گیر منم نیستی.
3, 2,
این چرا تارگتت 7 میلیون اچ پی داره؟
چون سینگل تارگت کردم.
خب سنگل تارگت باید تارگت خودت رو
اولی رو باید ام دی کنی ها.
نه
I can take this. I can take this, Bloom.
اوکی.
یاد بگیرین.
No.
I did not.
It's happened on me but I didn't on. MD more than.
نه
پس
بعدی
فترت.
بمیر پس فترت
بعدی ترینکت تانکی دارم. I will interrupt next.
بعدی
شهریار next.
من باید اد بیارم داداش.
بده MD تو. پس فترت more than.
گفتی ترینکت.
منظورم اده بعدی.
ما چرا 2 تا کیک داریم؟
چه تا داریم؟
واقعا چرا 2 تا کیک داریم؟ کس کشی شده.
یکیش هم باید هولد کنه.
گیر منم نیستی. میشه بکشین یه چیزی یا خودم برم بکشم یه چیزی؟
دهنی کشیری تو ببندی میکشم.
اوه
چیزی.
ویروس تو رو گفتا.
بعید میدونم خواهشو نداره. خواهشو داری؟
خفه شد.
خفشم بیوه میشی، جنده میشی، سنده میشی. اوه. تون گفت.
رفت
با
میکنی.
منی؟
مامانی خودشو نداری
آمنی
این رو 7 بروز بره
آی اگه هانتا بود الان
وقت
مرده بود.
بکشی.
Why are they not speaking English in Discord? Well, it's a boost. They could be speaking Klingon. I don't give a fuck.
انامالی رو برات میکشم اگه شو بگیره که
خیلی اد زیاده نکش.
خودش عد نداریم دیگه بعد اینجا رو رد کنیم یه 3 سال که نمونم اینجا بایستیم
I need a bark and everything you have. Magical darkness.
من میزنم بعدش.
من چیت شدم.
بگیرم
خیلی
من
اد
میگم
میاد.
میزنم دیگه لاش.
این ور یکی تاچ کنه اون ورم یکی ماچ کنه. میزنم.
خودت بعد اکتیف کنی یا فلفل
ها
راست رو
نمیرم.
اکتیف کن راست رو
راست
راست
رو.
رو.
در انتراپت بزن به این دیگه من این آخری نیست. بس چی نگه می‌داری؟
که آدم چپ رو میگی یا یه لحظه به خود ریدم.
شیدی بکش بریم.
دارم تک جدیده.
اون ور باز کردین؟ چرا این
نه در رو میزنیم الان یا میریم باز اسکیپ میکنیم؟ نه اسکیپ بدیم.
اینا رو بکش وگان نره. یکی دیگه هم اومد.
گیر منم
داشتی
نیست.
جدید.
ببین باز نمیخوام بتری کنم باز رو.
چرا من نمی‌تونم؟
ما رو اکتیو کنیم.
ببین یه جوری الان سیدی میزنم آقا فلم بهم فوش میده حالا
جای
ببین.
یو ویل روت فرست.
داداش تو اگه
Maybe.
وقتی بات میخواد بره سیده نکنی من اوکی هم هر جور سیده کنی و رو 6 میلیون باز سیده نکنی سیده هانتایی نزنی
سود کن.
لتر شده بود
اومدیم
اگه یادت باشه اگه
دو
یادت باشه بریم
خب.
دومین من سب کردیم چون بایر تر
الکی
زد.
دیگه نه والا
Yeah.
You will do the
Where's
second
Tears
also or want me to use my fear for second?
I'm probably gonna try to root off of each new fixate.
Okay. Then you are first on the new.
Yep.
این چقدر دیگه استارت میشه؟
8 7
8
6
7
5
6
4
3
3
2
2
5 4
یا
من که داشتم درست میگفتم این داره تو رو
اگرو بگیره
اگرو ندارم بمیر.
سیدی کردی که.
چیزی کردم گفتم که سپرایز مادرفاکر.
Next
زیر
to us,
پامون
orange.
هم
Orange.
اورنج.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go mid. PS stack. I need a bark.
Purple.
4, 3, 2, 1.
یاد اسلشر افتادم گفتم منو رسکیو کن از 3 تا بمب منو رسکیو کرد کسکش مردم اینجا. تیلت شدم همین الان هم تیلت شدم. ایشکو من رو رسکیوت کردم چرا مردی؟
تو بخرم.
Tie.
سمه الان میخوای سیدی کنی؟ سریع برو.
آره
5,
گرین
4, 3, 2, 1.
نکردی که کسکش دروغو.
زدم میکنم کردم مرد باز
اشیت کردم حیوان.
چرا
درست
آخه؟
دیگه
چه
زدم.
واقعا رو 10%
بابا
سیدی کنه.
اصلا اینم میزد. چرا باید
11 میلیون. خب چون دفعش رو 6 میلیون سیدی کرد بعد اونطوری که
من
الان
سیدیمو زدم، من یه
بعد
ترینکت
کلام
زدم با
پورتو
تیر
بعدش.
ستمو زدم. حالا نمیدونم
نه
شما از
ببین
سیدی
آخه من
منظورتون چیه؟
گفتم چون رو اوپنر اینطوری زد قبل اینکه باز بری تو اینترنشن زد 100% اینطوری زده که
با کیا
رو
بازی
11 میلیون دوباره سیدی کنه. خب
هانتام دلم واسه هانتام میج داره تنگ میشه.
او در سیدی تو
من
ببند
میدونست رو 5% فورتی که سیدی نمیکنه.
5% بس 12 میلیون بود اجاز کردم. حاجی
یه
نه
پایر رایز
دارم
اومد.
ندیل.
فاک یو.
گیر منم نیست.
من
پایر
هر
رایز
رسکیوی
اومد.
که بهت میزنم $1 کم میشه.
نو
What time does season 3 end in EU? Let's see, 11 o'clock. So like 9 hours from now, I think.
17
گیر
ماه
منم
تایم
نیست.
داریم حاجی. 31 می‌زدیم این
32 چی فکر کردی؟ با من داریم میریم نه هانتا.
تو دهنی گوتو ببند.
حرف نزن.
باز سری رو من دمیج میدی.
لکی نگو همین باس مورچیو ببین.
خب دیگه شلناک زنده
نه
شد.
رو اعدا زدی.
الکی دیگه.
پولینگ
اعدا رو فیر کن. نه یاد
نمی‌کنم.
زیر باس. خودم فیر میکنم. میام تو چیز فیر میکنم.
هر کی نیا فیر کنه. بسکشاش نمیان فیر کنه.
فیرم پایین نیست.
تو فیر من یه ساعت منتظر فیرتم.
فیرم پایین نیست. تی پی اسم رفت. تی پی اسم کجا؟ یه فاکینگ ویروس. منو کشتی من مردم. من یه مردم.
تو هم منو
حالا من-
گاهی.
خواستی منو بکشی.
حالا
خب
من
به جاش
10
چیزو
یارد موو
کشتی.
دادم نمیدونم.
حالا منو که
یه
نکشتی
دیگه
ولی
دیگه
خب
دیگه.
یه کلاس آبیه کشتیش.
تو منو کشتی احمق. تو هر
بابا من نبودم ویروس بود. هلو
آقا میشه به
میگم
اینا
الان
دست نزنی؟
کیک نداریم برای اد بعدی ها جدی.
یکی رو تو میزنی اولیشو یکی رو شهریار میزنه اوکی.
یکی هم هانتا از بیرون.
من هیلو میزنم دیگه.
هیل؟ ها حواسم نیست. آره منو تو هم اونو پر ماده میرسیم بزنیم به نظر. ایده منم نیست سبب. افکم داری باسم.
از
من
وقتی که
هر ترن رو نمیتونم رلیو بزنم. 2 رلیه دیگه. من چپیه رو میزنم.
من اورنج من
من
اورنج.
اوکی.
زدیم.
بعدی شد میگم نمیشه. چون داجی دادم آجی به. یه لور باس بدیم دیگه رو.
یا
اگه خیلی به خودتون
لحظه
اطمینان
آخر
ندارید
اومد زدم
میتونید
نخوردش.
من اعتماد به
میتونید
خودم
نگه
ندارم.
سیدی
دارید.
میکنی سمن
نه
باید
این که مرده دیگه.
با بیل رو باس بزنه بهتر اکشن.
آره
من احتمالا کیکم نرسه برای هیلو بعدی.
من
نرماله.
نمیرسه
این رسیده اینو بگو. ماو
شیفتی ای الان نیجه دیگه بودن ست شیفتین پاور میزدن سری شوتی میگفت اینا ما اینتراب زدم.
درست.
بنا از زد تو دیوار کیک تو حواسم هست.
نمیرسه دکمه رو اسپم کردم
نزن.
میلی سکند آخر میرسه ولی دستام نمیکشه.
دست من نیست.
بریم باس که
منتظرم ها بکیرم.
آره.
اچه یه میلی زده بود تو صورت نمیدونم کی هم بودا نگاش کرده ولی نزد.
Defensive.
Ads.
سرور دورا کرفول
Defensive.
دیبی میکنم.
Targeted.
Defensive.
ریموو
شنم
جی بی
داده
جی
اینا.
بی ریموو کن جی بی ریموو کن
رفتم در جا دارم.
Ads.
اینو فقط اینترا بده سیجل
دادم.
نمیزن این بر این
جوک
بر
شد
الو باس
بالا
اینجا
شهریار.
من خودم میزنم دستی بعد
Ads.
واسه با بیارم یکم وسط
Defensive.
شما ردی نشد.
دادم من. نه نبود.
Defensive.
این چه؟
اگه تا اسپی بود مرده بود ولی قبول داریم.
پشت سر
Defensive.
من تست بیا حرف بزن این سیزن بعد چیکارت میکنم بری ازش کوچینگ بخری
آجی همین سیزن این سیزن مگه نگفت همین چیزو؟
خب الان دوتا رنج دیدی این
Defensive.
طرف اول برای چی ول میشه
من دارم اد و کایت میکنم مثلا اد تو اسکرینم نبود. این دیدم.
چنل
جی بی
بودم
ریموو
مای بد بود. دوران جمع نیست.
Defensive.
من ومپیریک دادم.
Bait.
میشه سی سی
سیدیو
بدیم همه
الان
سی سی
چه
هم
یا؟
ردی همش کولانه
Defensive.
Targeted.
Defensive.
دوم نرسید باز.
خیلی خفنم. نمیم چقدر زدم. واو خیلی خفنم.
Can you root star? Never mind.
هر وقت میتونستم بیان داخل بگین.
چه دارم از کلاس نارنجی بیشتر میزنم 20 کی. چاقاله
تام
که
علکی دادم بیرم تو
اگه اون تا
اقبال
اسپی بود الان 28 رایز داشتیم میزدیم.
این تراپ اول نمیزنید سیسی نمیزنید اصلا من سر این باسه همیشه گاییده میشدم
نمیتونم
اینجا
حرف
من یه
بزنم
دونش رو
این
نتونستم
طرف
بزنم.
اولو. من ترن اولو زدم ترن دوم جوک شد ترن سوم ردی نشد.
نمیدونم من دی پی اس هم سر این باسه میاد پایین به
بخون
خاطر شما
اشکاتو پاکن.
اشکاتو پاک کن و ببین
میشه
ببین که بابا اومده بابا
اول
اومده.
بیان
شهریار تو
نه،
نه
رفتی؟
نه نه نه
وای شهریار رفته بیرون لاگ نداره.
Oh, we got the bad RP. Good, good, good.
من
خودم
لگ
دارم
دارم.
میرم.
زن
مای
تو
تو؟
بریدم. آره برم
نه تایم داریم بیا.
برم بمیرم ها کجا
باسو
میتونم
بکش باسو بکش.
بمیر
بپر
بیا
پایین.
پایین بپر پایین
اینجا نمیتونم بپرم پایین وایسا.
از یه سگدونی برو بپر پایین یا
برو
بمیر دیگه
بعدا
حالا دیدم تو
بمیر.
چیت دست
برو بعد و بمیر.
از فطرت
بیام
بیا.
الان
بیا آره ریلیز
آره
کن
بیا
من
ما
اورنگ
بودیم اولی و
وایسا
مسفریه.
من
بیا.
اورنگ
بیا.
شما
یه
جفتتون رو پرپل یه لحظه وایسا شهریار اولی
اولی.
پرپل فیلمادن دومی پرپل
اوکی.
3, 2, 1. AOE. AOE. AOE.
بعدش منم شده. ببین چه شهریار.
3,
امیری
2,
بیروز.
1. AOE.
چقدر دارم دی پی اس میدم.
Jay when you
Wow.
want my darkness
I'll call for it soon.
بعدی توی شهریار.
AOE.
اگه رسید به بعدی.
3, 2,
Darkness now.
AOE. AOE.
سوسیس هم میدم بهتون به بعدیش نکنم برسید.
AOE.
از
3,
جونده
2,
مرد.
1.
برای.
AOE.
اگه هانتا بود الان داشتیم 28 میزدیم. جاستین
چرا اینقدر هیتر هانتایی تو؟
میدونه
درک
همش از
نمی‌کنم.
سیزن بعد میخواد خیلی پیشرفت
سیزن
کنه
بعدی آره سیزن پیشم همینو
سیزن
گفت
بعد.
گفت این سیزن یه جوری آیومو میارم بالا پارت
سیزن
میکنم.
بعد
بهم
سیزن
اکس
رشد
حالا
کنه.
دوباره سیزن بعد
میبینمت سب بکن هانتا یه جوری بذاره تو رودت.
آره.
Persian or Turkish? They have described it as Persian.
هانتا اسپی که معروف هستن.
چی دست
کی
ندارم.
میگیره یه انگار رو؟
من میگیرم 7 کنارم باز. های 7 سرین باز
به
منو
هیلر بگو.
من نه. نه
من نمیدونم. من نمیدونم. من 7 پلی.
4 تا رنجی ما فقط 7 نیست.
I will
Yeah,
play
but-
the role, Jay. Just try to like stand close to me.
5, 4, 3,
اینسنت هم ندید بیرون نگاه کنید ببینید من تو اورپ هستم یا نیستم.
نگاه نمیکنم. Only bites.
5, 4,
علما
3,
حیوان.
1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
برو بیرون. اون میترکه. اون سعود میمون.
4,
بسکش 5 ثانیه بعدش داره که شانس چی آورد.
چون به خاطر اینکه من گفتم اینجوری شد.
آها خودش کور بود آخه نمیدید.
باچ کال کردن عیب نیست. وایپ شدن عیبه.
نه بابا
3, 2, 1.
کال شانس آوردیم خیلی یوزفوله نه؟
برو بیرون.
خود وایستا خود وایستا من قد جوری دست من باشی.
من باورم
این نگه
Yeah, it's fine.
5, 4,
مادرن یه آدم نیستی.
1.
یه کاری بکنم. من میکنم.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
AOE.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
وسط پلاس
وسط همیشه وسطه. همیشه وسطه برید از گوشه باز کن.
AOE.
Play near edge always guys. آمپر رنج خوبیشین.
نه.
این لاشی میفته جلو انگاری
2.
موتور تریلی میکنه چه؟
تا الان 2 بار من اینجا خیلی بد کشید.
من که نکشتم. بلد نیستی بلینک بزنی به من ربطی نداره.
درست
ماو
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
دیگه آخرم ندادیم که.
AOE.
دو استک
استک نشدیم
دو استک شدیم بود فری
استک بابا دو استک
نشدیم،
میشدیم
نه؟
هیچ بیامون خونه خر
شیشه
میرفت
هانتا شیشه برات آورده از اون شیشه هایی که گفت میکشه.
چه نگین دو استک شدیم کوری نمیگه شما.
فیلمشو دارم آقا
ما هم فیلمشو می‌خوایم.
آره.
الان هم 2 استک شدیم دوباره دیدی
بیار فیلمشو بیار.
مستاک شدیم. همه تون اسکور گرفتین آجه. همه تون با هم ترید کنید.
آگلی خریدار داشت برای این کلیپان میخوای که
Avoidance belt on the last day of the season.
ها
7
زمان برم با مینم بیام
آگلی بیبی خریدار داشت برای فالسی بهش دیم بدم.
من فال گرفتم.
بله
اوه
ولی مادم میخوای مال نارنجی من بدم؟
آره میتونی بهش بده الان ریلاگ میکنم
چقدر بهش بدم؟ 400
400
تا؟
دیگه
JB, thanks for coming.
Yep. Thank you for the invite.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming.
thanks for coming.
and
GG.
GG's.
GG. 7 مال شما رو خودش میده.
All right. What monitor do I use? Actually, I think I have this updated, right? There we go.
You would ask something of me?
How are the prices of things? Oh, yeah, dude. Everything's getting gouged. Let's fucking go. I'm glad I loaded up on shit before the season started. Fuck all this. Fuck 400 gold flasks. This, by the way, this flask, like a month ago, was selling, maybe a little more than a month ago, was selling for like 180 gold. Somebody should be going to prison for this shit.
You will do well.
All right. Better bags. What are you doing to my fuck? Why are you throwing loot arrows, you little rat?
Won't be
All right, have there been any more weak aura updates today? Oh, still the same too. When do new keys come out? Well, whenever the reset is. For North America, that'll be whenever the servers are back up. Today. And then tomorrow, EU. Well, I guess it's technically like tonight for me, but tomorrow for most EU people. Oh. Okay. Well, I think we may call it there for today. Because it feels sort of pointless to stream against the new season coming out in North America, which should be rather soon. And I don't really have anything I'm trying to do today. Just kind of fucking around. I got all the week or stuff I wanted sorted out. So tomorrow should be keys into raid. The group I've been playing with wants to go, I think, pretty hard farming keys start of the season tomorrow morning. So slam that, and then we'll get a look at the new raid. I think we're going heroic first, and then jump into mythic after that. I have no idea what progression is going to feel like this season, whether mythic is supposed to be like easier than it has been in previous seasons, or whether we're going to get stonewalled hard at the start of the season. I hope mythic's pretty chill, but I guess we'll find out. And same deal Thursday, and then probably a lot of keys over the weekend, and try to get some gear. And I suppose because it's a new season, I may even do some weekly keys on alts, depending on how we're feeling. Yeah, should be a nice little Tuesday. So, or Wednesday. Jesus fucking Christ, whatever. Anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual. Primarily a Mythic Plus stream, so if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.